The worlds we depict as fictional are more often than not ways in which we can discuss the world we currently inhabit. And throughout the genre of science fiction, as well as literature as a whole, fewer works have been viewed as prophetic towards our technologically driven society as much as Aldous Huxley's 1932 novel, Brave New World. Huxley's vision of a futuristic Britain depicts a society under the thumb of a totalitarian regime, though not one of an Orwellian nightmarish dictatorship, but one in which its denizens are free to do as they please and are forever happy in a drugged and pacified state. Pleasure is the currency of Brave New World, and as we will dissect in today's book club, we look towards the consequences of when human desire is placed as the ultimate virtue. So I think when it comes to science fiction, I think that the greatest works, the more seminal pieces, are those that are more science than fiction. And when I think of something like Isaac Asimov's The End of Eternity, it's something akin to the work that you speak of, the utopia that you create, is more often about the world that you currently inhabit. This is probably the main crux that we think of with Brave New World in how prophetic a book it's become. And for the opening trilogy of chapters, I think that we can just work through the basic exposition before we talk about delving into the book about its thematics and whatnot. Because the opening trilogy of chapters, it really establishes the entirety of how the world operates. And for people that are exposed to the book for the first time, reading the opening chapters, you realize just how much of a genre piece it is because of how much exposition is in there. It requires, in order to philosophize about the world that it's talking about, it requires a deep ingratiation of the reader to the world so that they understand that this is a brave new world, but it's very recognizable to the one that we currently inhabit. So I'll get the exposition out of the way for the time being. We open the novel, and the first place that we are is the Hatchery and Conditioning Centre in London. And it's a large building, and on the front of the building is the world state's motto, which is community, identity, stability. The idea that assimilation and uniformity, they're not only important to society, they are the peak of what this civilization is. So we're inside of this hatchery, and there is a director there, and he's escorting students around, and they all have notebooks out, and they're writing word for word what he's saying. Essentially what this place is a place that's primarily focused around something called the Volkanovsky effect. And what the Volkanovsky effect is that an ovum is created in which embryos are born from. However, it's a new development that's occurred in which allows one ovum to bud, and where one embryo would create one human being, it's expanded and expanded and expanded to the point where it can create up to 96 human beings. The hatchery is a location in which embryonic control is the focal point of society, in which people have a social predestination, and from the moment that they are conceived, it's predestined as to what class they're going to be in, into what job they're going to be in, into the things that they're going to be conditioned into for the human being that they will be as they grow older. I think that we can talk a bit more about this because it's quite difficult in order to speak about the book without getting the materiality of the world of how it operates, because I could just sit here and explain the book. But because there is such a reflection of the opening chapters of the social conditioning that society inputs on people, I think that we can just start speaking about this conditioning process with one another now.
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, Huxley starts right away putting us in a completely artificial environment, a place in which the idea of life is completely broken, right? From the beginning, one of the first things that I wrote down is that he uses the term specially designed bottles to talk about the decanting process that happens with the ovaries. So everyone is specifically designed in a specific way, right? The idea of design removes all of the idea of life already, because it means it's something completely, there's a blueprint for it, right? And obviously he introduces the idea of alpha, betas, gamma, deltas, and epsilons, this structure in which people are divided by castes. For me, like, this is like a hard conversation to have in the beginning, I feel like, because I suppose I'm getting emotional over already thinking about talking about this, you know?
Well, it's funny. This is our second public book club. We did one previously on Blood Meridian. There was a point in Blood Meridian where I cried because during the analysis, because it hits home this yearning for hope in what may be a hopeless world. I don't think I'll cry talking about Brave New World, but you want to, because the intensity of how Huxley, we're now approaching the 100-year anniversary of Brave New World, and it can't be understated about the reason that this book has maintained a relevance. Relevance, not irrelevance, is simply because of this almost clairvoyant nature in which he was able to almost beat for beat dictate a modern, if you would call it, technocratic society that perhaps if we don't live in, then we seem to be hurtling towards with more rapidity with each passing year. The caste system is something that's very, very uncomfortable to speak about, because the caste system in Brave New World is based around the fundamental axiom that the society operates on, which is happiness.
Yeah.
And I suppose that we can speak also about the major differential point between the two major dystopic works of fiction, which are Brave New World and 1984, and that oftentimes 1984 is the more popular, and it's the more it's the work that's more referenced in regards to our society, which I don't think is a
accurate representation.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think it's a bad representation.
No, it's not. There is elements of it for sure, especially when it comes to the language of the world that we live today.
However, I think that if you were to truly analyze the life in which you live, is it the one of 1984 with the boot stamping on the human face, with the constant subjugation, or is it the one of Brave New World in which your life is catered to, in which you are a slave to your convenience, in which the path that you take in life is completely dictated by your comfort, and every decision that's made in life is based around that? And that within that, there is some hidden class system that everyone abides to and everyone sticks in their place and is all the happier for it.
Yeah. I think the interesting thing here is that he strips it bare. Like I don't necessarily, I mean, one of the ways that people love categorizing Brave New World is the idea of a dystopia, right?
Yes.
And we had this conversation yesterday briefly, but for some people, this would also be an utopic vision of the world, right? I don't think Aldous Huxley saw this as an utopic vision of the world, but I think we get the sense that in the technocratic world that we are slowly becoming more inserted, this is definitely a vision of the future that some people covet. Yeah?
Yes. I think that's why the I suppose you would say the antagonist of the book in terms of the dictators of the Brave New World, the reasoning why it feels so prescient now is because the world in which we currently operate is one where you may have oligarchs or technocrats or sects of society which very clearly express they advocate certain things that the book also advocates in its most villainous characters.
Yeah.
But do you know what I found most interesting? Because this is the third time that I've read Brave New World. I read it as a teenager and liked it, but it was just like, oh, it's kind of like 1984. Then I read it a few years later as an adult, and I realized, oh, I forgot just how prophetic this book was.
Yeah.
And now reading it again, post-COVID, it's a much more frightening book. It felt like a much scarier read.
Yeah.
But I think the major difference that I noticed now is because 1984 is I believe that 1984 is a much more political book than Brave New World. I wouldn't necessarily define Brave New World as a political book, and the reason, and this is probably my bias speaking out based on my own I wouldn't say anti-political, but in terms of the political stance that I possess, which is I remove myself from the left-right dynamic because I think it's quite, I think it's inhibiting of people. I realize that I think that the major success of the book, if you were to relate it to the political spectrum, is the idea that I don't think that it particularly has an allegiance, in that the world that it's speaking most out against is neither the left nor the right. It's the most dangerous aspect, which is this violent hybrid of it, of Fordism, which we can come to shortly, and also this extreme of this extreme Marxism, in which many of the characters are named after characters such as we have characters whose names are, one of the main characters is Bernard Marx. We hear characters named after Trotsky. The main female character, Lenina, obviously an allusion to Lenin. But at the same time, we have all of this. We have this absolute devotion to the pinnacle of capitalism, which is Ford, and it's it's within this hybrid of. We're obviously going to expand on these themes more, but I think that he understood on a political sphere that what the layman is going to be drawn more towards is extreme human behavior, regardless of its political allegiance. We are just drawn naturally, it seems, based on Huxley's vision, to the fringes.
Yeah, I find it interesting that you use the word fringes, because I think, if anything, the whole idea of the world state, I mean, even in the concept of stability, is also, even though it is a very radical world, we would see it as a radical world in the way it operates, right? I mean, even by its minutia, like slowly removing the past and slowly removing, but all of it also operates in a state of complacency, in a state of perpetual happiness that seems harmless,
Yeah.
And in this harmlessness, I think it lies its evil, like the crux of the evil in the novel is this weird complacency, because even the way that Huxley writes, like right in the first chapter, you pulled in, like from the beginning, he already says 632 after Ford, like we start knowing already that the Anno Domini was already replaced. It doesn't exist. This world is after Ford. It gives us a clue, also a bridge between the universe in the novel and the world that we live in, because I suppose that everyone should know who Ford is.
Well, let's speak
and the process
about that.
of Fordism. Yeah.
Well, let's speak about that a little bit. So the major first, I suppose, difference that we see between the Brave New World, the civilization in Brave New World, and our society is instantly God has been replaced.
Yeah.
God has been replaced with Henry Ford, and it's not an illusion. It's a literal replacement.
Yes.
Of, as you say, Anno Domini is replaced with after Ford, and the current year is AF 632. So that's 632 years after Ford made his first T model. Yeah, the Model T. The reason that Ford is a central figure within the world is because of his mechanization process. We have to remember that Brave New World came out in the early 30s. I believe it was written in 1931 and was published in 1932. And what I find interesting about it is that to write I call it a utopian novel. Not because I believe it's a utopia, but I believe it's important. I find it a more important distinction that the public perception is not that it's a dystopia, and so that's why I refer it to that. But writing novels of this ilk, I find it interesting that the people that he's talking about, Henry Ford was still alive during the period that Brave New World was written.
This is very interesting, isn't it?
And a lot of the people in the names that are referenced, we have to remember he references Lenin, he references Trotsky. They were at their apex, but a few years earlier, and the people that he's speaking about are currently influencing the world. And what's interesting is that Huxley had the foresight to recognize that these people are going to be remembered. The characters whose names he uses, they really stick out. Whereas now, for instance, I also imagine if you were to write a novel based on whether it were the oligarchs or whether it were the leaders of an ideology that you fight against, I think that not everyone would be as successful in curating the figures that are most impactful of each ideology. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he has a very strong pulse, like a strong hold on the pulse of things that are happening around him. And I suspect, I mean, I don't want to jump too much because I know we're gonna talk about the Huxley family, but I suspect it's also to do with the environment he was inserted on. But I think the idea of Ford specifically being important here, I mean, we know that is the idea of consumption, massive consumption. It's almost like a new revolution in industrialization, like go on.
Well, let's say so. We'll try as much as we can to go through it chronologically as well.
Yes.
So let's speak about Ford for a moment, because what happens is as we're in the hatchery, the director is taking the students around, and we hear this allusion to Ford. We're told by the narrator what year it is. As the director is teaching the students about the Volkanovsky process and how embryos are conditioned, there is a quote that he also says, which I'd like to reference. Because the knowledge that's passed on to them, they need to know everyone that's writing out, all the students, there's this phrase that keeps being uttered, is from the horse's mouth, as though that there is absolute knowledge that's being passed down. So when the director is telling the students what's going on, they write it down word for word, exactly as he says. Because what we have to understand is that all of these students that are listening, they are also part of the caste system of, I believe that they're all betas, if I remember correctly. But they have also been, these embryos, they've also been conditioned. And as they're writing it down, there's a phrase that's used, which is, particulars, as everyone knows, make for virtue and happiness. Generalities are intellectually necessary evils. And what we get from this is this notion that the conditioning that occurs in the hatchery, and there are multiple hatcheries all over the world, this is a global society that we live in. What happens with this is that the generalities are intellectually necessary evils, and that particulars make for virtue and happiness. There is no alternative to the way that your social predestination occurs. When you are born, you will do this, and they ensure this through now the scientific method.
Yeah.
It's the scientific method which has become absolute, which has reigned supreme over society. And by the end of the novel, when we reach the climax, this is expounded upon more and more. But coming back to Ford for a moment, the role that Fordism has to play in the world, and the reason that he is a replacement for God, is especially because by 1932, Fordism was the pinnacle of capitalism. Fordism had taken the industrial process of mass production and he'd imbued it into a technology at the time of automobiles, which people still thought as alien, which still would have been a massive leap. Excuse me, need to sneeze. It still would have been a massive leap for people to have this mechanized, the replacement for the horse, this tool of absolute ascension for mankind on a mass level, to the point that it was as ubiquitous as any other household object.
And I find it very interesting as well, specifically the idea of car. Now we associate it with the idea of speed, right? As well, and the replacement of the horse is also, I suppose, an acceleration of time, right? A shortening of time between how things happen, between how you go to one point to another, even in a philosophical way, but also in the reality of it, speeds the process of encountering one another also. And for me, the most important aspect of Henry Ford inserted in this world is the idea of assembly line.
Yes.
The assembly line system that is also cheap but efficient. We are okay then at that point to completely bypass the value of the material thing for something cheaper, as long as it's efficient. And at this point of the world's day, this idea of Fordism reaches its apex, because then we decide to even replace the human value to cheapen the human life, Anno Domini as well, again, but to cheapen the human life in the benefit of efficiency, in the benefit of a system line.
Well, let's look at that, because what ends up happening is that the assembly line that Ford has created in Brave New World that has now been applied to biology. And so the human being is now created in an assembly line through embryonic conditioning in these hatcheries. And this is why Ford in itself, if we take his role in this world, what exactly is he? Not only is Henry Ford the instigator for this mode of thinking, progress has ascended him to replace God. For Henry Ford was the one that gave mankind the framework for societal progress in the same way that God gave mankind the Bible. What we have to understand in this world is that material scientific progress is the new God. Yeah. It's the complete replacement for it. And then what happens is that the society is dictated by pure materiality. But it's not just materiality on the things that we have. It's something deeper. When we have to talk about scientism as something that is a replacement, it's not that science is this blending of things, of philosophy and psychology and whatnot. Science is the only absolute truth in which mankind seeks. It's the only thing that makes sense that mankind has seeks. And so everything else is negated, everything else is replaced by it. And Henry Ford just happens to be the benevolent, omnipotent leader of this kind of progress, or of the genesis of this mode of scientism.
Yeah, I find it interesting as well, because slowly we have Ford as the main figure, but slowly he introduces other names that he's also bringing to the reality of the world that we know as the real world, right? Like, not the diegetic space of the novel, but the world that we know as our history. So even the Volkanovsky process, like Volkanovsky was a French bureaucrat. He believed in the idea of social efficiency and the rationalization of industry. Like, after the crisis of the Great War, the idea of reducing unemployment by all means, even if it meant the detriment of the quality of life, right? So he's slowly giving us hints of what he's talking about, because for most people, a lot of it, you can read this beginning as like this marvelous world of invention. We have cloning, we have like everything is so clean, everything is so neat. You have also that aspect, which we are drawn naturally. We are drawn to that as humans. We are drawn to things like that. And I don't know, sometimes is it because we made science, we made science into scientism, into such a point that when we look at this novel as well, there are things that we can be marveled about. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
And that's the danger of it. But
well, on the embryonic level, in the opening chapter at the hatchery, because the most common thing, especially of the time, the most common comparison that we can make is eugenics. Mm-hmm. And this idea, the argument for the scientific method would be, in regards to eugenics, it was, especially in the 1930s, this was just prior to the Nazi Party, in which there was actually a much stronger development of it. And it's also interesting because eugenics also had a role to play with scientists in the United Kingdom at that point, which is where it originated. And let's play devil's advocate for a minute. Let's say, for instance, we've had these discussions. Science is able to predestine and wipe away diseases from children that aren't born yet. We can decide how our children will be. We can decide how the human being will have essentially no flaws to it. However you want to determine flaws. There's the obvious argument of why this would be a benefit.
Mm-hmm. That's the allure of it, yeah.
But then there's this inhuman aspect that rises, and this is something that we'll keep coming back to within the novel. But I know that this inhumanity of the unwillingness to accept the flaws of nature and the organic kind of... I always say that the thing about nature which is the most attractive is its imperfection. We are attracted to the things within nature that grow in spite of the hardship. A tree that you are drawn to is never the perfect tree. It's the one that has to bend around something. It's the flora that grow in spite of a place that they're in a place that they shouldn't be. And there is something about humanity with this as well. Something that's attractive about a person is something that doesn't quite work in a person, that doesn't quite look right, but it adds something to them. There's a charm about it. And on a deep biological level, in Brave New World, this is completely eradicated. This doesn't exist because that is an objective wrong.
Without jumping too far ahead, there's something that I find interesting specifically about what you said, and is the idea of eugenics playing a part in also creating this false idea of perfection. And just going back again to the beginning of the novel, community, identity, stability, and the Model T becoming then the new figure of Jesus, the new figure of the Anno Domini. What does that mean? Like, what is the figure of Jesus? In the archetypal image of the West, I mean, is a man suffering on the cross, is a man carrying a cross, which suffering as the basis, as an inversion becomes happiness, you know? And I find that dichotomy that, I mean, by the beginning of the novel, he's just asserting this is a complete subversion of all the values that we know now and that we care now in the world that we have today. Like, you know, by removing suffering, you know?
Well, what happens...
So, yeah.
Yeah, what happens in the hatchery is that while the embryos are in the gestation period, they are physically conditioned to enjoy certain things. So what happens during the Volkanovsky process is that the lower castes of the deltas, the gammas, and the epsilons, they are deprived of oxygen more. They are biologically the weakest, and as such, they're conditioned in other ways for certain jobs that they will have. For instance, that we see some epsilons that are rotated constantly based on if they're going to be mechanics that they should be happy. If they're dangling off the edge of something, they should be happy being upside down.
Yeah.
The thing about Brave New World is that the lower castes are happy where they are. And we actually see this explained in a later chapter. But this predestination of happiness, that this lack of suffering is endemic to your biology. And this is the eugenics element of it also, in which there is a duty to be happy in everything that you do. Why would suffering exist? And we can kind of bring this to a discussion about the natural progress of humanity and what it is that we look for. What do we consider progress? Because do we consider a world in which you cannot feel pain? There's the obvious reasoning as to why we wouldn't want a field in which anyone is unhappy. We don't want to force that on anyone. But then in a world where everyone is happy, then what does happiness ultimately mean? And this forced, in many ways, there's like antinatalist things to it as well, but in this forced manner in which people have to be happy, in which happiness is just something that's placed automatically within them, what does that mean?
Yeah, it totally removes agency in favor of control. I find it interesting as well that, just as a side note, which is something that I think is quite interesting, is that he uses the term pot snap technique to describe how the eggs are ripen, the fast ripening process of the eggs. And the term pot snap, because I was like, I never heard the word before, so I went to search about it. And it comes from Charles Dickens, and from his writings on Our Mutual Friend, the idea of podsnappery comes from the name of the character, Podsnap, which now is used to describe a middle-class attitude of complacency, which I find is quite interesting in relation to that particularly effect of happiness and how happiness is also something quite important now to the British culture.
Well, let's speak about that as well for a second, because in the hatchery, we have the director that's guiding people around, teaching them about it. But then what we also realize is, okay, there are people in charge of this. There are people that are dictating that this is how we condition embryos in order to grow up into human beings. So thinking about that, about the Podsnap technique, what do you think that necessarily says about the people that choose and make the decisions that this is the way that things should be?
What do you mean by that? Sorry.
In regards of, okay, so we have in the hatcheries, someone still needs to make the decisions.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah?
There's still, yeah.
So what do you think that says about, do you think that that's is that related to the kinds of people that are making decisions? Because I view it as this idea of, I mean, not necessarily middle class, but if we have this hierarchy of the alphas, betas, and so on, who is it that is outside of that that's allowing that to exist? Because I see it as the director of the hatchery and other characters that will come into it soon.
Yeah.
That they dictate the way society should be with this kind of benevolence because they know better.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's a feeling of I know better than you, and which is a very common trait we see after people achieve a certain level of education. They do think that they know better because they are more educated. And in certain regards, they are correct. When it comes to medicine, when it comes to other things, they might be correct. But then it's this application to the overall existence, you know? And you see, I mean, it's interesting because even in the, we were having this discussion because in the diegetic space of the book, Huxley is naming the characters. Sorry, outside of it, Huxley as a god writing the novel, he is naming the characters as the writer. But someone is also naming the characters from inside the world state. They don't have parents.
Yes.
Yeah? Those characters don't have parents. So someone is naming these people with this couple of names that get shuffled around, which besides the point that they erase history, they still want to preserve certain level of history. That's why they use names like Bernard, that comes from Bernard Shaw, or Marx, that comes from Karl Marx. There's still a level of allegiance to something that existed. Because you cannot just pretend that it's just Huxley naming this character. We have to get into the bones of the novel and really understand the world state is naming these people Marx as well, which is, I find that dichotomy quite interesting.
I think that what I find interesting about this initial stage is this idea of absolute efficiency, and efficiency is applied to the genetic level, in which we have genetic efficiency. And I find that there are many parallels, very obvious ones that we can allude to immediately about the way that we operate now, of this idea that efficiency seems to lead naturally to this kind of inhumanism. There is a tendency that when you try and perfect humanity, you will naturally devolve in some manner. So even though we're in the hatchery and we see how it's so specific, I mean, the language that Huxley uses throughout the chapters is very, very precise, in which he describes, you just have this vision of this very clinical, sterile room in which every decanting bottle is exactly the amount of centimeters it goes to. It moves around all these different stories at an exact time. Everything is exact down to the millimeter. And then what we have with that are human beings that are born exactly how they're supposed to be born. There's no error within it. But then you look at it and you think, okay, we've perfected things so much. And we can talk a little bit about how this relates to certain modes of living now. And I think that this idea of this genetic efficiency, because the hatcheries perfected the gestation phase to make a human, and yet even though its result is exactly what it wants, look at the processes which garner that result, because they talk about the embryo and there's simulated maternal circulations. It's feeding in a surrogate blood reservoir. The entire experience of a perfect birth is mechanical and it's artificial. And it seems as though the constant striving for perfection, and even when the result is almost perfect, more perfect than nature could ever do, the process which leads to that is so inhuman and so artificial. But when the result is not questioned, these things become normalized, and these inhuman processes are what become normal.
Yeah, and we had this conversation before, but it's this idea that in this world, artificiality is better than nature. Yeah. And even the term that they used, the babies are decanted from a bottle, right? They are decanted. This is the new reality. This is the new being born, right? And to a point that you even mentioned before.
He mentions that in one of the upcoming chapters. But many of the children that are born, they're sterile.
Yeah.
But there's this idea that because what do you think of a human being that is a human being? Okay, not even a human being. Something that was created, that's sterile, that can't reproduce. Immediately, it's artificial. but this is the new human. And so there's this notion that human invention, anything that a human being invents, is completely separate to nature.
Yeah, and the term that he uses for the sterilization of the female fetuses is free martins, right? Which, I mean, the term comes from the way that we describe in our reality infertile cows, that because they are infertile, sometimes they possess masculine behaviors and non-functioning ovaries, which I find it very interesting. And a couple of those cows can also exhibit quite sexual behavior towards other animals around them, which I find is quite interesting. And also just the etymology of the idea of martin, like almost close to there's something to it that I really enjoy in the way that he's kind of puzzling those words together, making bridges between our world and this world.
Well, here's something, because we talk about this in terms of the actual world itself, and we only, because the book is not particularly long, and so we get a snapshot of the world and we accept it for what it is, because we do know the majority of it. But one thing that I found interesting, and this is something that reemerges in the novel, because there is this notion of free will, of humanity that would exist in people that are who are utterly 100% of their life conditioned to believe things and think a certain way. It's mentioned that the ovum that are given to the hatchery, they're given willingly for the good of society, because most people, they just don't think. They say these things are good and we do these things and so on, and we're going to come up with like the phrases that constantly emerge throughout the novel. But they do this because they know, and they're conditioned, that to give your ovum, if you are a healthy female, then it's for the good of society, But they also receive a 6-month salary pay. I find that very interesting, because if the people are truly happy, right, and they're conditioned, and what they're doing is for the good of society, and societal happiness and progress is that it could be the greatest thing that a human being could have, then why is there still this emphasis on material happiness? Why would the very place that conditioned you to think a certain thing, why would they still need to pay you?
Yeah, because there's always this illusion that why would
everything's perfect.
Why would you even need to forbid something if people were conditioned perfectly, right? To not like books or whatever, which they are, which see that a bit more in chapter 2. But because there's always this fear that things are just bubbling underneath the surface, even the term that they use, that I actually made a note of that. The director uses the term inescapable social destiny. Inescapable still suggests something worth escaping from.
Well, I'll tell you what,
even in the way that he uses the term.
Well, this is very interesting, because there's a sense of hubris in that. With to call something absolute, to call something inescapable, there's an assumption that you couldn't be wrong. And what I like about this, when we meet the director of the hatcheries and it's being explained, we didn't mention this, but the opening of the novel, it speaks about the building that the hatchery is in, and I think that it describes it as a mere 34 stories, So when we think about that, a 34-story building is a very, very big building, but it's not quite big enough. It doesn't quite compare with everyone else. And you think that in this world of innate progress, of constantly perfecting things, everything bigger is better. That you can never have enough. Nothing in excess could be bad. And with that, there's this subtle sense of narcissism. There's this subtle sense of pride that emerges, and this competition, because our building is only 34 stories. And this emerges in a little section where the director is speaking, when we learn that the whole world operates like this.
I know,
And he speaks about, what's the record for a Bokanovskified egg, how many human beings is it reproduced? And then it's explained, and they talk about the output of their hatcheries compared to others, and he says, we'll beat them yet. And because progress only moves forward with this, then occurs this weird moment that there's also, I don't think that this is superfluous, that he specifically picked this comparison, because there's kind of like a racial element the director expounds upon when he describes a Negro ovaries as having an advantage. And it seems for the director that this is a form of instability, because if it were up to him, otherness in totality wouldn't exist. So even though you have everyone in the world is together, we all create these embryos the same way, we all go through the same process, just that genetic difference
Yeah.
of, he says a Negro ovary, it's an advantage. And we have on the front of the building, the first things that we see are stability. Anything that can bring in instability, it's not only that it's a disadvantage, it's that it's immoral. And so any kind of otherness that another person exists, even if it is just a racial difference, that's immoral.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because in our real world, what is actually inescapable is our genetics. Like, like the reality of what is inescapable, really, like the materiality of it. And the 34 stores thing, I think, is interesting as well because not only we get a sense that this idea of progress is always moving forward, is always going bigger or go home type of thing, but also we know the social standing of the director. He's not the big shot.
Yeah.
He's not at that level that he can have more than 34. No, he's a 34 store, you know what I mean? Director. Yeah. We also get a sense that even within the highest of the high, there is still a dynamic that exists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though people are predestined to be happy with what they want, there is something to be said about human desire.
Yeah.
About even if it's avarice. There is something within that doesn't seem to be wiped out from the world completely. I think what we can do is, because chapter 2 also is more about what happens past the embryonic stage with the children. And this is the first time that we actually see the Pavlovian conditioning.
Can I just make one point before we move on? Because I think this is very important. I don't want to overlook it. They are showing them how everyone gets conditioned. And then Henry wants to show the students the conditioning of the alpha plus. Yeah, the intellectual fetuses. But the director looks at his watch and announces that there's no time for it. And I find that very interesting because even in that is alluded that even the intellectual types, which think themselves above that other world of the epsilons and all that, they are also being conditioned. We just don't know how. And I think that is very, very clever from Aldous Huxley, especially when he's talking so much about the intellectual world that he came from. Yeah, so I just wanted to make that note because I think that's important.
Do you think that, from the director's perspective, do you think that it's he actively knew that they weren't going to, or do you think that this is kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing by Huxley in the sense that it's just reminding the reader that all of these elites are also still conditioned?
Yeah, I think it's a tongue-in-cheek way. Yeah.
Even if, because we spoke about this before, there is a thing that comes with literature, of especially high literature, when you're trying to espouse it to the average person, because the average person will not read Brave New World. And this, you can say that this is down to social conditioning of the fact that, the lower classes are supposed to stay in the lower classes. You don't want to give them the tools of which they can have a self-actualization, of they can realize the position that they're in. But I think that it's also a reminder because, if we were to apply the caste system to the world now, then it's most likely the alphas and the betas that are already going to be reading Brave New World, and that would be preaching to the choir. But this is that subtle reminder that, guess what, alphas, guess what, people that are able to go around, how intelligent it is that you understand that. The reason that you're in the position, the reason that you're even reading Brave New World is because you're within a social milieu that makes that more acceptable.
Yeah.
Because you and probably all of your friends and probably all the people that you interact with, don't you find it interesting how you all also do the same things as one another?
Yeah, we're not immune to conditioning.
Yeah. And so we can move into chapter 2 because here we actually see the more perverse aspect, because we get the extreme science body horror aspect within the embryonic conditioning, and then we come to the Pavlovian conditioning of the actual babies. They call it this. It's called the Pavlovian conditioning.
It's almost tongue-in-cheek.
What's interesting about Brave New World is because this is what happens when the boundaries are broken and they become the new normal. It takes an alien lens to look at it to realize, oh wait, we've just completely reshuffled how our civilization operates, and we've turned away for a second, and now all of a sudden this is just how people interact with one another. We're comfortable calling it Pavlovian conditioning because why would that be a bad thing? By this point, it's so ingrained within humanity that Yeah, of course it is. We don't need to hide these things. Well, why would we hide it?
Why would we even? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, this is progress. We discovered this. We should use it, right?
Yeah.
And there's a quote from just between those two chapters that he says, the principle of mass production at last applied to biology. And I think it's the same with Pavlovian. The Pavlovian principle at last applied to human beings,
Yeah,
right? And I think it's a bit of that at last that is important.
So what they do is that they instigate through pain and physical revulsion a lifelong conditioning against certain things. And in this chapter, we see babies that are conditioned against flowers and conditioning against books. And the quote that the director uses at this point is, "A love of nature keeps no factories busy." The conditioning that we see, it's very violent. We send babies into spasmodic, almost seizures, through electrocuting the entire floor when they start to approach the flowers in the books. We learn in a discussion that's had, we learn more about the world in which we're currently in. And we learn that past languages such as Spanish and French, they are dead. And so is the idea of the family. The family is completely destroyed. And the central approach is that the idea of procreation is smut, as though, again, we've ascended above nature. But sex is still something that's central to the society, but it wants to be inconsequential.
Yeah, it's. I think it comes also from the removal from the value of life. I mean, even though some members of the alpha caste are decanted one by one, everyone's still conditioned. Everyone has to pass through this Pavlovian process, and I think he doesn't hide that this is a violent process. That in some way, we still need, in a violent manner, to remove what is natural to us. And it's not like an easy process. It's clearly something that takes years. And even to the point that when you're sleeping, you need to still be conditioned, almost like the world of dreams would suddenly remove your conditioning.
Because this is the thing. It's a dictatorship that seeps into the subconscious.
Exactly. In the world of dreams is what? Is the subconscious manifest, right?
It's I think that, because when it's described in this chapter, when the babies are now decanted, well, actually, someone actually mentions this to the director. He says, when the babies are now decanted, and then the director stops him, and it's described that he corrects him and says, born. The babies aren't decanted, they're born. This is because this is the new normal. It will never be conceived or acknowledged that what they're doing now isn't natural. In fact, it's better than natural. And so what we can do is we can replace the original definition with the new and improved one, and nothing will be questioned. Progress is ultimately something that's tolerated before it placidly assimilates into society. This idea is something that is a very hard read when you go through Brave New World, and if you do already have a distaste for certain progresses that people do not question, it's very hard to read these things, because it is this idea that the things that are natural, the things that are human, are the things that are constantly rejected. And we're going to come up with loads and loads of examples throughout the book where this emerges of natural human action is so rejected against for this new, this transhuman perspective in what it is that we can create. Yeah, it doesn't have to be natural. It's better than natural. And this is what happens, the removal of God, the removal of the human soul, the replacement with scientism. If science is all that matters, then also ethics doesn't matter. Emotions and feeling don't matter, because we've said this many times. Emotion is just a certain firing of specific synapses, which you can explain through neurology why a person feels like that. And you can explain things down to the absolute scientific degree. There is a reason for it, and I suppose, if you want, you can live your life through that. And when you live your life through that, you can become the most efficient, most ascendant human being that you can be.
In that regard.
Yeah, exactly. In that, if you follow that line of logic, there is a line of logic within that.
Yeah, of course.
But I'm sure there are people that are going to be listening to this that think, yeah, of course, like we should be progressing as a society in which we don't need these myths, in which we don't need these certain natural if we can overcome these natural processes, why not?
Yeah, and I find that is absurd to me. But anyway, there's something to be said also about, because there's plenty of people that are going to be listening that do not believe in God, and it's fair enough. But the idea of God in the book particularly, I think it's tied to more than just the man that lives in the sky type of figure that we know, but is tied to the world of high art, is tied to the world of mythology, is tied to the world of stories that we tell each other to pass the time even. Like, it's tied to this individual expression of creativity in inner world, and ultimately to things that are indeed our weaknesses.
Yeah.
You know, they are, but it's okay. I mean, at least I see it as something okay, like flaws and desires that we have that often can manifest in a longing for something beyond us, in which in this world I cannot. Because if you don't even have yourself, your individual self, how can you even have a longing for something beyond, right?
Well, what I find interesting about this is because even someone like Nietzsche, who the moniker of like he killed God,
the death of God, yeah.
The thing is that even when you read Nietzsche, he thought that all religious thought was a neuroses. Mm-hmm. However, even Nietzsche, if you read through his principles of religious thought, even he conceded that upon it's a case of, the reason that it's a neuroses is because it's, if you were to test someone, like, you can, through religious thought, you can convince someone to kill a loved one for a god. But even he conceded that with the death of God, there will be a replacement for that god.
Exactly.
That neuroses in humanity will still persist. Nietzsche professed this. And it's the same. This is applied in Brave New World because the societal structure is just reshuffled. The replacements, such as, you're not decanted, you're born. It's the same thing with God. It's not that God is killed. It's not that religious thought is dead.
Yeah.
It's that God is replaced.
Yeah.
And he's replaced with Ford. They don't do the sign of the cross. They do the sign of the T on the chest.
Yes.
And it's this thing in which the discussion that comes with this in the book and in today's society is, yes, but there should be room in order to replace God and replace him with science. Because if we are learning more, if the strive and the journey for knowledge is progressing us in these regards, then what do we need these stories and these myths for? Mm-hmm. That's the one of the major arguments.
Well, if anything, it's a natural question to ask after, if that's your value system. It's only natural to ask that. But do you want to move forward to the point of the thing? Because I one of the things that struck me the most, particularly about chapter 2, is the idea of the abolishment of the love of nature, of the natural world. Yeah. And obviously, like we were talking about, they replaced it with like this idea of distraction, of those games that they play constantly, right? Because the way that I envisioned the world in my head was almost like a clear, like metal everywhere, very, not even like, just like everything is like perfectly clean, because nature also comes with dirtiness, like it comes with mud, right?
Yeah,
it comes with that.
I mentioned to you, if anyone knows it, I saw the world as looking very similar to the game Mirror's Edge. I think if people have played it, or if you want to look it up, I think go look at that. I think that's a good symbol of the utopic vision that a world like Brave New World may have.
Yeah, like no, like just compare cleanliness, right? Yeah, I also see it like that. Maybe not Mirror's Edge, but yeah. But the abolition of nature in this space is also like, it's funny because there was a point that they mentioned that, no, we try to condition people to enjoy nature, but what happens is when they enjoy nature, they don't consume anything. They only consume transport. This idea that, what does that mean? That nature will then fulfill us, really. It does. It's something that fulfills us, so it needs to be removed.
The natural world is enough.
Yeah, it's enough. So even they have this realization. So this is something that really like it struck a chord with me, because again, in this violent process that you need to remove it, introduce electric shocks and all those things, there's still this acknowledgement that, yeah, those things are natural to us. That's why, as you said, you have to replace God for the tea. You cannot just remove it. You have to give something in return.
So what I'd like to do before we move on is because Brave New World is such a piece which is so reflexive of society, one of the traps that we can often fall into if we're going to analyse it is this idea that we look at it just based on its social utility and don't look at it as a piece of art also. And with that, you also look at the artist, you look at the context of it. And I think because of how important the work is as a companion piece to the world that we currently live in, I think it's quite important if we just briefly talk about the very complicated nature of Huxley as an author of this piece and the context of him. So I can just start off briefly. So if people don't know, Aldous Huxley, he didn't necessarily emerge in a vacuum. He comes from a family who, to define it as a privileged family would be a vast understatement.
Yeah.
He comes from a family whose lineage can be traced back hundreds of years of Nobel laureates, of primarily scientists, funnily enough, and not just scientists that were successful in the field, scientists who you can only perceive as the reason that he wrote Brave New World must have been based on some personal dissatisfaction or some knowledge that he possessed about this world of science based on his family.
Yeah, I think it's important to acknowledge a bit like who the Huxleys were. Like, you know, even the term intellectual aristocracy applies to them. Like, you know, like the Darwin family, the Huxley family. Those are families that created a lineage of great minds. I mean, you have to say they were great minds. And at the how do you say, like the paternal figure at the top of it, you have Thomas Henry Huxley, which was considered, I mean, he was the right hand of Darwin, the idea of the bulldog of Darwin. Like, you know, he really pushed forward this Darwinism. And I mean, a very accomplished human being by our accounts. And I think it's interesting to me particularly because we were talking about transhumanism, to bring it to Julian Huxley. Julian Huxley was Aldous' brother, and he coined the term transhumanism through an essay. And it wasn't an essay. I actually stopped and read it yesterday, and I was like, made notes of it. And it's not an essay that he just wrote. You know, he was into that world. He wanted to create that. He was an eugenist, and after he became a botanist, which is quite interesting. After he got married, he changed completely. A lot of his thought process changed. But he believed that through the evolution of consciousness, the universe is becoming aware of itself. So it was almost a duty for humans to transcend, to become better than human. You know, that's why he coined the word transhumanism. And I wonder, I cannot bear to imagine Aldous, him, Julian, like the family in dinner, having conversations. And I think how massively this idea of science above all, and someone like him, extremely artistic, you know?
Yeah.
And I wonder how much of that was at play. But at the same time as well, like they had paintings done by the family from like Sargent, you know? So they were also involved in the world of
these would have been the alpha pluses as well.
Yeah, plus, I'd say.
It's oftentimes we see that we see the upper classes in which they do have an awareness of a more total experience of humanity and culture, where even people that are in the sciences understand the arts and vice versa. And they're so well off, they're so important that they're going to be able to maneuver around all of the different circles that are up near the top. Whereas oftentimes people just stay within their own lane. When you are of that level of aristocracy, your world is quite small, but it interacts with it interacts with everyone within it. But there's not that many people within it. It's interesting because in the novel, one of the characters, The reason that Huxley in the novel uses the characters' names is because he's picking the people that he believes are most responsible for the way that this world is. Mm-hmm. Darwin is one of the names that is used. And he's not using these names to completely diminish the work. It's just this idea that when we don't question where these things may take us, if we just assume that every development is progress and progress is always moving forward, then we are at the whim of our own downfall, because we just assume, again, it goes back to this idea of hubris, we just assume that every technological advancement that we make is for our benefit. Mm-hmm. Every lane of knowledge in which because I don't want to also then diminish science in and of itself. I don't want to do that.
No, we're not. And I think it's important to know as well that the term scientism was coined by science themselves. Like, it wasn't, like, now it got quite appropriated by Christians and religious theologians and so forth. But it's a term that came because they were actually worried that people would stop use the scientific method, really, in favor of just creating axioms of truth that were, just because there was scientific discovery, they couldn't be questioned, right?
Yeah.
And I find it interesting because I read this, and there's a book called Intellectual Aristocracy, and it talks about the Huxley family. And, they had a motto. The family had a motto, which was, Huxleys always get firsts. Mm. And this is an enormous intellectual pressure, especially when you come from this background, like, how can you even exceed the excess of, like, the greatest of the great?
But this is what,
in this world, right?
But that's the kind of perspective that's clearly being spoken out against in Brave New World, and this is what you wonder where Brave New World comes from, because his knowledge of this world and how prophetic the book has become. It seems too good to be true. 100 years later, to almost have a snapshot of how technology would ingratiate itself within humankind, you think, how was he able to have this? And then when you look at his family and you see, it's not just that they were in the sciences, it's that they created many of the things in which Huxley is speaking most out against. I mean, as you said, transhumanism was a term that was coined by them.
By Julian, his brother.
Agnosticism was another term that was coined by them.
Yeah.
And it's just, you must wonder how much of this world that he knew from the most elite, the leading forces in this that were essentially establishing this world that he's speaking against. However, I also wanted to mention just the personal life of Huxley as well, because then that's where things also become a bit more complicated, because then you start to question what his perspective really is. I have my own opinion on it, but the interesting thing about Huxley is that his literary career in fiction is bookmarked by two books, one at the beginning and one at the very end.
I know, this is great.
The one at the beginning is Brave New World, and his final writing was The Island, which is his final piece of fiction, I think released 2 years before he died, released around 30 years after Brave New World. And the two work as companion pieces with one another, but diametric opposites as one another. Yeah. Whereas, as most people would call Brave New World a dystopian novel,
yes.
The Island definitely is a utopian novel.
Yes, that's his utopic vision, yes.
And the interesting thing with it is because, as you say, it is Huxley's utopic vision.
Yeah.
But what ends up happening with that? So it's a story about a man that gets washed up on an island, but the island is a utopia. In this, and what ends up happening is that all of the things that are critiqued within Brave New World, they are applied to the utopia, and we try and find a way that we can actually ingratiate them in society in a beneficial way. How is it that we can make these parameters of progress actually benefit mankind? And so in the island, there is drug use, there is promiscuous sex, all of these things occur, but they're shown in a new light. This idea that, we can have drugs created that can open the creativity of mankind, that can actually work to ease the unnecessary pain that man feels.
Yeah, the burden.
Sex can be something that can be an expression of love, that can be something like a form of self-expression that people can have, and it can be safe, and contraception can be used to remove the inhibitors that man might have placed on him, that he can actually generally, maybe it is his duty to ascend beyond nature in those regards.
Yeah.
Maybe that is his purpose here. And then what ends up happening is you look at the two back to back and you think this is a very complicated vision to have, because Brave New World outcries these things to such an absolute degree that there are only two ultimate options that you can have. And then in The Island, he emerges with this new option of, maybe we can progress in moderation.
Yeah, it's this idea of progress not as a be-all and end-all, like constantly moving forward, but a bit of a selective attitude towards which technologies we choose to use and how we choose to use them, which I think you can argue that is how most people would see technology. It's not like, let's go Luddite and just completely ignore and profess that all technology shouldn't exist, like Kaczynski-esque vision. But it's more of like a nuanced perception of progress. But at the same time, he puts forward there is a clear dichotomy, like Soma in Brave New World as this idea of this pacification of the population. And in Island, the drug is used almost like an enlightenment thing. And I think it goes hand in hand with his own experience of LSD. By the end of his life, he asked his wife to actually, he died tripping on LSD, basically, And I cannot help but think, and maybe I'm completely, trying to psychoanalyze Huxley himself, this is just I'm inferring loads here, okay? But maybe there was a sibling rivalry in the beginning of his life that he slowly fixed it within himself, or maybe a neurosis, because when you see Julian, for example, he's the expression of the perfect offspring of the Huxley family.
Yeah.
He's into evolutionary biology. He's an advocate for eugenics, for conservation with the lower C, not the capital C, for scientific rationalism. And what Huxley is talking in the Brave New World is about, and even in The Island, is mysticism, human consciousness, like this idea of ascension. It's still a type of ascension,
But this is what Aldous Huxley was into for the majority of his adult life. He really, really delved into mysticism, especially Indian Eastern mysticism. It was a crux of his life. He spent decades doing it. And his major work of nonfiction is essentially like an autobiographical work, Doors of Perception, in which he's discussing the benefits of psychedelics, because he didn't just have it at the end of his life. He used it for many, many, many years, and he felt that it opened his creativity. I think it's interesting what you said about this sibling rivalry, because even if we're talking about, we're talking about a lot of people in the family were geneticists, and then you have this other offspring that isn't in the sciences, that's in the arts, and also genetically. Aldous Huxley was almost blind.
Yeah.
And there is this, again, complete inferral.
We're inferring, yeah.
Complete inferral. But the possibility of the sibling rivalry, of being the offspring, which isn't the darling of your parents' eye, and even physically in a family of scientists is the weaker.
Yeah, the weaker offspring. Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
We're inferring though.
Yeah, it's just a little. It's interesting to think about. It might mean nothing, but it's interesting to think about.
Yeah, I find it too. I find it hard to reconcile the idea that he was really into psychedelics and the idea of soma.
Yes, that
is something I struggle with.
It's really complex and that's why I think my perception of Huxley, of this more open-minded, quote, rational approach to a moderation of these things, I just find it naive, because...
Why?
Because he would be an alpha plus, and so he's not going to be like an epsilon or a gamma who is exposed to soma. If you give a person who is socially predestined to stay where they're supposed to stay, if they are impoverished, if they have anything in their life, if they don't have the opportunities, if you give them soma, if you give them convenience, they cannot rationalize it in the same way that an Aldous Huxley would be able to. He has had say what you want about it, but he has had he's the upper class.
Yeah.
He's had the time and the means to be able to explore these things. You give someone this without the time to explore them. It's why you get, look at the difference between a drug addict that is a multi-millionaire and a drug addict that's living in poverty. The realities of their life are two completely different things, because when you're upper class, you can be a functional heroin addict. There
is a term that people use, actually.
But there is a term that people use. And you give heroin to someone who isn't in that state, their relationship to it is vastly different. And that's why it's that element of him. I think that was the bit that exposed a flaw in his thinking, and I do find it naive to believe that if you give everyone in the world the convenience of promiscuous sex and drugs and all of these sensorial things to, quote, open their creativity, I think that is the nature of Brave New World. I think that it starts out with something that you do give people, but look at how it turns out by the end of the novel. Once enough time has passed, it becomes so normalized that people are so conditioned that there is no other alternative. You absolutely accept that as truth. And then once all rationality, once all critical thought escapes from the human being, you have a new, quote, civilization in which it's perverse and violent, but on a level that's accepted. So in chapter 3, we reach the finale of the scenes in a hatchery, and we reach the conclusion of the conditioning phase. So it opens with now children. They've gone past the toddler phase, and we see them playing. And play is indicated in various forms, but we learn that playing and games are a central aspect of living in Brave New World. The first thing that we see is that they're playing this game in which it's kind of like a net in which the kids are throwing a ball in, and then the ball drops to a secondary level in which it goes in this like centrifugal spinning thing, and it fires out, and then the children have to catch it. And it's spoken that the games that are done in this world, they require complex apparatus. The purpose is to imbue the desire of consumption in all children, because the entry point for anything is to make people attracted to things so that they can consume them. The more complex the apparatus, the less is required from the individual, because what happens when you have a game in which everything is mechanized, it does it for you. And so that this strange hybrid of your pleasure, something that you're simply supposed to enjoy, is tied to the means in which you don't have to think about anything, and you have a surrogate activity in which you're achieving something of a game, but everything is mechanized for you. And the only way that you can achieve that state of bliss of just passive achievement is through consumption.
I find it very interesting because we go from chapter 2, which we're talking about this world of Pavlovian conditioning and hypnopedia, moral training while you sleep type of thing, to this world now of the unthinking obedience, infantile behavior of everyday life. Like this now space. And the first thing that he shows, as you mentioned, is this complicated machine type game. Obviously, you can think of many things of the contemporary environment that we have. But what I love about how Huxley writes is the nuance of how he writes. So he talks about, in our Ford's day, games involve no more than a ball or two, a few sticks, and maybe a net. And then the children playing those games are nude. So the bear, a lot of it is the humanity is nude, but the complicated machines, everything is complex, but we are completely disregarded, right? And there's something about the way that the director talks about the children, like it's charming. There's something quite, I don't want to use the word, but there's something quite grotesque and depraved in the way they see children's sexuality.
Well, children
Very uncomfortable, yeah.
engage in the world, and it's described as rudimentary erotic play.
Phew.
The perspective of children having no eroticism in the world is seen as something disastrous. Though it's not explained why it would be disastrous. It's just accepted that it would be.
I think it has to do also with a little bit of the idea of repression that is instilled in... They talk about the idea of mother and parents, mother and father being almost like... Just like God, for Nietzsche, is a type of neurosis, parenthood is almost described as a type of neurosis of its own, right? So because of it... Sex has to be this thing that is just cheap and anyone can have it. So why then instill repression in children? You know, this is the logic, not mine. This is the logic of the world today. And that's why you see the children naked. And at the same time, what is complicated is not the sexuality. What is complicated is the machine. You know, the games, the machines, yeah.
So yeah, but it's
the contrast of it.
So why is this dichotomy then? Why is it that the machines need to have all this complex apparatus? Is it again because, funnily enough, we've mentioned this before, is that this is a trait of Marx of the removal of the person from the means of production, which is an alienating factor. And that's why I said at the beginning, like, I don't think that the book has an allegiance, because this is something very valid that Marx said, is that when you have an assembly line, if you have a Fordist assembly line, what ends up happening is that, again, what's professed at the beginning of the novel of, you know, we need particulars. We don't need generalities. You need one person to do this one thing, and that's all they know. Not only is that beneficial, that's virtuous. That's a moral thing to do. You stick to your lane.
Yeah.
So why is it then the machines need to, obviously there's that element that's being alluded to, but why is that not alluded to in people?
Well, for me, I'm interested in this, what you just mentioned. It made me think of something. The idea of the alienation of means of production. The alienation is so big here that even in your play, you have to be alienated. Like, the machines are complex, you know? And in the world so based around science, little do people actually know about science itself.
Yeah.
And that is one of the things I find it very interesting, because what do people do with their free time? I mean, you think in a world based in science, people will be studying, will be researching, will be making amazing discoveries, and every day in and day out. But what are they playing? They're playing still in a very primal way, erotic play, or those machines that are completely complex. And I think in a way, I don't know exactly what, but I just think that the contrast is enough to create this ambiguity and this effect on the reader, which I think is already important in itself, right?
I think that because basic human nature, our instinct is still driven by nature.
Yeah.
And it's something that they can't fully remove in this world. Like, you know, we're trying not to have people reproduce, but if that was the case, then they could just condition the people against sex, but they don't do that. They're conditioned, if anything, to live in a hypersexual world, in which it's mentioned in here, you know, one of the issues that they had in the hatchery was how do you grow an embryo into someone that is physically useful in the world? You make it so that by 6 years old that they can't be physically useful, but they can have sexual maturation, and so they can think and they can understand how to operate in the world. And so they were trying to in the world, they were trying to balance this of how can we have sexual maturation and make them physically viable to operate machinery and whatnot. Yeah,
it's almost like childhood it's useless. Yeah. Because childhood and the state of purity is useless because there's one, you're not consuming anything. Your parents will, in the real world, your parents will be consuming, but you as a child, it's not. You don't make money. You don't consume anything.
However, in relation to that, it's the same way where everything, we spoke about happiness earlier, where everyone is happy. What does happiness ultimately mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's just a duty, just something that you do.
Exactly, yeah.
In the same way with that, you can say that, okay, it's not that we're getting rid of childhood, it's we're doing the opposite. We're
perpetuating it.
We're making everyone infantile. Yeah. So there's no such thing as being an infant. There's no such thing as childhood.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference if you are sexual as a child or as an adult, because we're all the same.
Yeah, and at the same time we're doing that, we're also banning the purity that comes along with the old vision of childhood.
Yeah.
Which I think is quite important.
Yeah. I'd like to because what ends up happening here is that we learn more about this, and then we meet another character.
Very important.
Mustafa Mond, which is, he is the world controller, it's described as, that there's 10 in the world. And actually...
It actually says 10. That's interesting.
There's 10 in the world. There's a phrase that's used, and I'd like to read a little section that's mentioned here, because what happens at the end of chapter 3 is that the structure of the book just changes and becomes this very modernist, borderline postmodern structure for the finale of the chapter.
I love that.
Which is it's very imagetic, and you can imagine it visually. It cuts constantly between 3 perspectives of people in the world, and it really feels like after these 3 chapters, it culminates, and we understand now the totality of how this world operates, because we realize not only this conditioning occurs in children, what we get to see are the adults that populate this world, and we realize how surreptitious the conditioning has become, because no longer is it a case of we see people getting shocked, we see the children getting shocked, we see them running around naked and everything like that. It's we see what happens to an adult that has grown up in this world and has completely 100% assimilated their mind and body to the thought process that this world requires. So just before this, I'm just going to read a little section. This is the controller. He says, "You all remember," said the controller in his strong, deep voice. "You all remember, I suppose, that beautiful and inspired saying of our Fords, 'History is bunk.' History," he repeated slowly, "is bunk." He waved his hand, and it was as though with an invisible feather whisk he had brushed away a little dust, and the dust was Harappa, was of the Chaldees, some spider webs, and there were Thebes and Babylon and Knossos and Mycenae. Whisk, whisk. And where was Odysseus? Where was Job? Where were Jupiter and Gautama and Jesus? Whisk. And those specks of antique dirt called Athens and Rome, Jerusalem and the Middle Kingdom, all were gone. Whisk. The place where Italy had been was empty. Whisk the cathedrals. Whisk, whisk. King Lear and the thoughts of Pascal. Whisk passion. Whisk requiem. Whisk symphony. Whisk.
Phew. I also make note of the same quote.
History is bunk is a real quote from Ford.
Ford, yeah.
And it was a very impactful quote at the time when it came out. Henry Ford, actually, people used it against him. His critics used it against him. And he actually tried to do libel suits for it because he did say the quote. He claimed that it was, something used out of context and whatnot. And it wasn't. When you look at the full quote, he says history is bunk. And I don't have it here in front of me, but I know how the quote essentially goes. And he says, what do I care about what happened 100 years ago? Yeah. What do I care about what happened 1,000 years ago? He says, what do I care about what Napoleon was doing? He says, the only history that matters is the history we create today. This is a perspective of contemporary society in which what is old, what has been, is not utilitarian to us anymore. And we come to see in the novel, that includes Shakespeare, that includes all of our religions. I want to mention before we talk about this little quote here, because I know you're going to have a lot to say about it.
Yes, I do.
A side note that I think is very important, and at the same time, it's just a side note. Ford and this assembly line is the pinnacle of the post-industrial revolution and its consequences. Ford was so admired by Hitler that Hitler had an image of Ford in his office, the same way that Dickens had an image of Tolstoy in his... In 1938, once Hitler became Chancellor, he actually awarded Henry Ford the Grand Cross of the German Eagle, which is the highest order a non-German person could receive. Yeah. And in order to return the favour to Hitler, Ford also put in his office a picture of Hitler. That
is very important, I think.
I think we can leave that there. And
leave it as it is. I think people can make their own minds about that.
But speaking of that paragraph, I know that you'll have a lot to say.
Let's talk about history is bunk in relation to the whisk, whisk, whisk. Because I think that's something that Huxley gets up a notch in terms of in relation to 1984. And I think I spoke to you about this privately. Is this idea that in 1984, there's this constant need to rewrite history. But it seems like in Brave New World, they found the perfect, efficient solution. History is bunk. It doesn't matter. If you make people believe that the past doesn't matter, there's no need to rewrite it. People just don't care about it. So everything that could possibly come to crawl back and contest the present, maybe make people look the other way and make people think it doesn't matter. You don't need to rewrite it. You just make people believe that all of it is useless. I particularly think that this is happening right now. I know that I didn't really make a lot of notes about our modern world, our contemporary world in my Brave New World notes, but I do think that this history is bunk is a philosophy of the present moment too.
It's difficult to speak about the book and not allude to certain things that are going on.
Whisk.
Yeah, I mean, all you would need to do is look at the importance of what is new in relation to anything. You can pick the most simple thing. You can look at how many new mobile phones come out every year, and with a minor update, if you want to call it an update, the planned obsolescence that we have, because we know in our technologies, these things that people are so tied to, we can increase the price more and more, add less and less to it, and people will clamor for it constantly.
Yeah.
Because it's the new one.
Yeah, and I think we covered the whole scope of the chapter in the sense of like by the end Huxley is doing those juxtapositions between what Mond is speaking to them and how the lived experience of the citizens is in relation to the dogma of that world, right? Which is not a dogma to them. It's something that they learned when they were sleeping. So it's basically, something that is just intrinsic to their life. And one of the things that they talk about, which I think is the genius of Huxley, is that he's able to systemically show through all levels of society how this desire for the new, this erosion of the past is so intrinsic that even when Lenina is changing with her friend, they talking about the idea of mending clothes is absurd, right? The new, I want new clothes, I love new clothes, I love everything new. Even the most basic thing, the clothes on our body, everything must be new, everything must reflect the present time. It's absurd to even have an old item, because history is bunk to that point,
Because again, what is also history? How does the removal of individuation work if history exists? Because history is tied to the past, it's tied to thought, it's tied to nostalgia, it's tied to something that came before you, it's tied to mystery, it's tied to questions. All of this at some point is tied to introspection. It requires you to think about what came before you, think about its importance, and it also then has a realization in an individual that there is something greater than you, there is something more than you, that your hedonistic pleasure is not the center of the universe. It's not something so important. Your happiness ultimately is a fraction of a speck on the map of the universe. It's not the totality of anything. Happiness is not the be-all and end-all.
I also think that's something that history gives us, which I didn't make a note of it, but now just listening to you talk, it sparked this thought in my head, which is something that allows us not only to understand the present moment and not repeat the same mistakes, which is something that people always say, but it also allows us to not feel so alone, in the grand scope of the timeline of history, And I actually quite like that in relation to what he's saying about the whisk. That's something that he says that after the 9 Years War, which was this massive, almost like a traumatic experience for the civilization and the world state, they started to create he calls it an intense propaganda campaign for the suppression of all books published before 150 after Ford, that date. And the idea that they wanted to weaken the resistance, and he actually did weaken the resistance, So religion, Shakespeare, museums, families, all passed into obscurity, and the introduction of the Model T was now the new date. We spoke about this before, but this is when things get a bit more explicit because they are then told from the mouth of Mond, And I'm interested in that because it's also what we said, they don't hide it. This is something explicit. History is bunk. Yeah. There's nothing to rewrite like in 1984 by Orwell. Nothing to rewrite. It is bunk. It's a fact. It is truth.
Yeah. It's the replacement. It's not that history doesn't exist. It's not that we don't need it. is that it's the same way that God has been replaced by Ford, history has been replaced by the present moment. It's the most important thing. If it's not because we don't reflect on the present moment, it's just that the way that we reflect on the past and history, that's been replaced with the only space for thinking that we have is related to the present moment, is related to immediate pleasure, and that is tied to consumption.
Yeah, and Huxley does mention this on that interview. I won't remember the name of the actual thing, but there's a quote from Huxley, which is talk about this idea that real totalitarianism will come when people will learn to love their servitude. Because it's almost like, and we speak about that often, how propaganda is now imperceptible. Like, is this idea that it became so sophisticated that people now love. People are happy to love their masters, know? Like, it's this dynamic has been complete. Like, now, I mean, even we know what fascism would be. We know how a totalitarian regime would be if it was in the bootstraps, like, a boot on top of us. We understand because we saw it in the war, in the Great Wars, right? Even in this world, the 9-year war that they had, even in the world state. So now what we need to do is we need to reframe how a totalitarian regime would act so that people would then be complacent, so that people will be happy under this servitude. And Huxley spoke about this openly as well himself.
Yeah.
And I think this is very clear here. And what can make you question your servitude? Not only your family, your allegiance to your family would always be above the allegiance to the state. And I find it quite scary because the abolition of the family is something that is actually discussed in certain sects of politics. It really is discussed. It's something that people take it seriously. And there are points to it, But most of it is like, is as you said about the island, Huxley's The Island, there's a naivety to believing that this will work in all sects of society,
I find it interesting as well that one of the core tenets of any cult, one of the first things that happens is that you are separated
from your loved ones,
from the people that are going to, funnily enough, keep your individuation in check. You need someone else in order to remind you of who you are, rather than this idea where, focus everything on yourself, focus what you feel in your pleasure. That does not remind you of who you are as a human being. It requires a tether of your humanity to someone else's to keep you as close to a human being as you can possibly be. Because there is something unfulfilling in the human condition about the self isolated from everything else.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite work. And that's what this civilization in Brave New World wants. And
it's interesting because in Mount's speech, he does link this idea of emotion and strong emotion that can also be aroused by literature and history and all that, and the familial relationships. He likens to the idea of a narrow channeling of emotions and desires to water under pressure in a pipe.
Yes.
Because in this world, it's not that they are alone, because everybody belongs to everybody. We're going to speak about that more in the future chapters. It's not that they are alone. They are not alone. It's that they don't have the concept of individuality, And of course, family gives you that in a bit of a larger scale than just yourself, because it gives you an awareness, a mirror into look at yourself.
Yeah.
And in this idea of strong emotions, which are inspired by family, they are inspired by sexual repression, the delayed satisfaction of desire. This go against one of the core tenets, which is stability. And without stability, civilization, as they see in the world state, doesn't exist.
Well, that's the crux as well of the world state, is that this does bring stability.
Yeah.
Everyone in their place, everyone happy to be where they are, no one questioning anything. The social order is not going to be perturbed at any point. If stability, you believe, is the be-all and end-all, if it's the most important thing, that we are able to repress our instinctive nature, that we are able to control the animals that we are, and just ensure that no one bothers anyone else, then this is a good way of tackling it. Because, you won't have to worry about those things at all. But this form of progress does seem to diminish the natural human aspects that we have towards certain things. I was going to just say as well that because there's a point here in the finale of this chapter in which that modernist, borderline postmodernist aspect happens, and I think it's a really good structure for this point of the novel as well, because we're introduced to our main characters that we're going to follow throughout the rest of it, but the structure of this intercutting between the two, it's as though the conditioning is so ingrained that even in your subconscious, while it's going on miles away in another building, it's almost as though it's still going on in the same room as you. So we encounter Bernard and Lenina, who are our two major characters that we're going to follow. They're in separate places at the moment. Bernard is actually speaking to another character, Henry Foster, who's a minor character. And Henry actually speaks to him about whether he's going to the Feelies tonight. The Feelies are something that haven't been mentioned, and they are the obvious replacement for the movies that we have. But what the Feelies are a completely sensorial version of the movies, in which you don't just watch something on a screen, you watch something on a screen with synthetic music in which you put your hands on these metal conductors that make you feel things, and scents are wafted into the room and colours are all around you. And so every single one of your senses are activated at the utmost degree that they possibly could be. You're sent into a sensorial vision for it. It's not a difficult comparison to make with how we see, theme park rides and even cinemas themselves that have the
4D cinema,
the 4D cinemas that will have the chairs moving, and you'll be driving around with Tom Cruise and water will be splashing on you, and you'll be James Bond. Because you want to feel like that. Yeah. It's not that I want to sit and I want to introspect and examine a piece. I need to feel everything that I possibly can, because that's the most important thing in life that we can have. But then we see the finale of the chapter, and we're introduced to everyone. And while Mustafa Mond is going on this diatribe explaining the history of the world and the importance that, we once had a democracy and we don't need that anymore. We once had a God and we don't need that anymore. And he's very convincing in his logic. We see the day-to-day activities of Lenina and what it means in this world to go and have a shower, to go and get ready to go out. And what we see is a woman who, the clothes that people wear are essentially efficient, not just efficient like a utilitarian clothes, they're efficient to unzip, to make yourself nude for the ease of access for other people, because everyone belongs to everyone else. And we see her, and she's spraying herself with synthetic fragrances and of these lovely smells that are around in this pipe, which she just squirts on herself. And as this is going on, and as she's speaking to her friend about, romance, and I say romance, but what it means is having sex with someone. And the best thing that you can do in this world is have sex with multiple people, because why would you ever be with a single person? That is so restricted, that's so repressive. You deserve to have as many people as you can, because you exist and you deserve to, that will make you happy. Experiencing more and more excess, that's what we want as much as possible. And while she's getting ready, Mustafa Mond is having this large speech, and he's speaking on the traditions of the past. And as he's speaking on them, they disgust everyone. He speaks about mothers and fathers existing, and it's a laughable, strange thing that it physically repulses everyone. They become very uncomfortable with the act that a human being would give birth to anyone else, because that's nature, and nature is something that we've been conditioned against, because it's been replaced. We have surpassed that. Can you imagine a time in which we lived in homes, places where disease can be, places that can get cold, places where you may have a father who comes home angry and upset, a place where you have a sibling who's this baby that screams and soils itself, a place where you may go hungry occasionally. Why would we have any of this? He says one of the things is mother monogamy romance, and he uses those words in a way that are supposed to repel us against the past, because those are three almost like a trinity of sin that we would have, that we would possess. There's no room for thought, and no one questions it. And thought is something that removes us from immediate pleasure. Temptation, a focus of interest and choice, breeds self-actualization. That's something away from sensory pleasure, and it's something away from consumption. It's immoral to underconsume.
Mm-hmm.
They dictate how things are to be as they possess the things of the past. They have decided how the past plays out to us. I don't know if you have anything that you want to further with this.
I mean, I wanted to talk about the feelings a little bit more, but one thing I also got the grasp on this chapter particularly is that not only they become mature, the body is matured, but also now that in some way they talk about the idea that they solve the problem of old age, right? Meaning that you get the sense that people are going to be arrested at that development stage in like youthfulness for a long time, and how that has an impact on the way they see even the possibility of material decay, right? That's this idea of everything that is constantly new. And we spoke about this a little bit, but I did got a quote from the Feelies when they're talking about the Feelies. And they say, there's a love scene on a bearskin rug. They say it's marvelous. Every hair of the bear reproduced the most amazing tactual effects. And at the same time, like, because it goes like just a position, and the controller is saying, that's why you taught no history, but now the time has come. And I find that very interesting because I do, like, now bringing back to our world, I do think that this is something that we hear now more and more when we talk about graphics, the image and games, the graphic fidelity of things, TVs in 4K, 6K, 8K, like the sky's the limit. We are enthralled by the artificial reproduction of tactile effects. This is how marvelous, right?
Yeah.
I mean, those words are repeated from our world.
I mean, every medium that exists now is revolved around the perfection of a synthetic reality.
Yeah.
That's the apex of any medium.
Exactly. What is AI? I mean, the goal of AI, it's now to then reproduce perfectly even the human self, right?
Yeah.
And what is imagination? I mean, imagine when you open a book, when you read, you have to imagine. There's no tactual effects. And in a world that you're not allowed to sit alone, in a world that you're not allowed to leisure for pleasure, which is the term that they use, leisure for pleasure, what is imagination? So why do you even need to imagine? You can just put your hands on that little thing and get the feeling of it, get the tactual effect, the reproduction of reality.
But that goes back to the games at the beginning. It's the same thing with any kind of complex apparatus. When you have something like that that's complex, it mechanizes everything for you. Don't you worry about it. What do people say? I don't want to watch something. I just want to switch my brain off. This is what people want to do. And this is why, again, just referencing Huxley, this is my issue with the naivety of it. If we have so much in place already where it's a fraction away from being in control of us, then unfortunately, we have to halt certain things in certain, quote, progressions, because they're not going to benefit us. They're going to make us passive. They're going to pacify us into creatures that just indulge in pleasure. Because even that, when he mentions about the bearskin rug, and there's a love scene, how often do you encounter that? How often do you encounter someone where you're speaking about something, whether it's, let's say, a film or a TV show, because that's one of the major forms of indulgence that people have. When people discuss things, it's only about the sensory pleasure of it. We talk about celebrity culture and how they look and like who's the sexiest woman and the sexiest man. It's just, we're not speaking about anything below this gut pleasure that we're receiving. And this is what the civilization is based on. And I think what we can do now is, because at the end of this chapter, we're going to encounter our main protagonists, Bernard and Lenina, and the kind of dichotomy that emerges with their wants and their needs. So we're introduced to Bernard and Lenina in the end of chapter 3, and we start to really focus on them throughout chapter 4 and chapter 5. When we are introduced to them, Lenina is getting ready, Bernard is speaking to the Feelies, but Bernard, from the moment that we see him, he actually has this strange distaste at the commodification of sex that's mentioned in the previous chapter. But his anger seems less directed at the system and more at his inability to assimilate. Because what we learn about Bernard is that he's an alpha, but there is this rumor that something happened wrong in his decanting, in which, alcohol was one of the incorrect substances that was mixed. And so he's actually rather small. And he's described as having, the body of a gamma. And there is this thing because the world is perfection, there's something as inane as being a couple of centimeters smaller completely alters his status. It puts it into question whether he is an alpha or not. And within that sense, he is different in the world. And it is that difference that seems to instigate this kind of
dissatisfaction.
Yeah, there's an internal quandary about him because he doesn't fit in on the most superficial, basic level. But he wants to be with Lenina, and Lenina has this question about whether she wants to be with Bernard. It's a possibility, but from Lenina's perspective, she is as conditioned a person that would be in civilization. She looks at being with Bernard as the most superficial way that you can be with someone, in which you go to bed with them and maybe do it again or maybe not. And there's no intimacy. It doesn't matter because there's no intimacy between anyone. We even see how as they're leaving the building, they both get into the elevator. And as Lenina walks in the elevator, it's mentioned that she's had all the men in the elevator. And you just think of this, you do have to kind of try and break down the comparisons of this with the world in which we currently inhabit, of the normalization of how ultimately...
Casual sex?
Yeah, but I'm trying to think of the correct word for it, because how inhuman it is to be with so many people with such a lack of intimacy, with such a lack of sensuality, with such inconsequence.
Yeah, in a way, it's almost like the world is so built around pleasure and hedonism, but there's no actual pleasure in that because there's no eroticism, there's no individuality. And I think it's quite telling the word that she uses. She says had. So it's almost a possession, which in a way not only objectifies but commodifies the act of sexuality and the body. And of course, if you are a decanted human being, someone that was born in a lab, you are a commodity in some way. You are a commodity of the world state. So of course your body is objectified, over-sexualized because there's nothing sacred about your body. In a way, you can even argue because of the death of God in this world, there's nothing sacred about your soul. And again, you cannot have kids. You are free Martin. So there's nothing sacred about your bloodline, your culture, your history. All of it is all tied up to one sexual act, to having sex, to romance, to belonging to one person. All of those things, history, bloodline, culture, the sacredness of the self, the soul, is all gone. And I find it interesting because we skip past that part, but I do find it important that at some point the controller, Mond, the director, when he is talking to the people, he refers to not only our Ford, but he says our Freud as an allusion to Freud, the psychoanalyst. And, this idea that, in Freud's writings, a lot of the parental ideations and the parental relationships that we have cause immense trauma. He wrote a lot about that, which is true. There is truth to that. I prefer more of a Jungian perspective, in the idea of family is more of something that helps us self-identify and therefore achieve individuation through sometimes trauma. But I do think that the idea of the idea of having someone, to belonging to someone, this commodification of the body. Lenina is just one person. They probably had all of them. They all had each other, right? Yeah. And that's the whole point of it. And I do think that Bernard, I don't like Bernard as a character. Let's just get this straight. I think he's an important character in this world because I do find that a lot of people, as a parallel to our universe, outside of the world state of Brave New World, a lot of people are critical of the system, not because they want to be outside of the system, but because they wish to belong to the system, and they can't. I think the incel movement is a great example of that, of people that wish they could ascend to better. The Lux Maxi movement, I think we can go on and on and on. People that want to, so not ascend to better, ascend to alphas. People that wish to belong to something that they deem greater. It's not that their value system is different, it's that they wish that they belong. And I think Bernard is a bit of that, obviously like in a lower scale, but a bit of that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that we can primarily speak about Bernard in this because there's a moment in which he meets his friend Helmholtz, and he rides with his friend in a helicopter, which is the primary means of transportation which we have, and he expresses discontentment with the world that's around him. But neither of them at that moment, they're particularly equipped to be able to express what's going on. His friend Helmholtz, he's a writer, but he only possesses knowledge for what could be described as like sensorially impactful words. He teaches people how to write and whatnot. And Bernard is asking him, what is it that you feel about this? And he's expressing it in this way where it's like, you know, I suppose that you could describe these feelings with words that would have more of a stabbing effect, something that would feel like it's stabbing you. But why would you express anything in that manner? Because why would you want to read and take in anything that would have a negative effect on you? And so negative thought, again, it's this immoral thing which we're not allowed to think about. But going back to Bernard, is a good comparison because I think it's this flawed kind of character in which people so often find themselves in which Bernard is different in society, and so he has an angst and he has a need to change it. But it's the common thing in which we fall into with certain ideologies, in which, and the same way that we're able to accept, oh, a perfect product emerges, let's not question the process of how that product emerged. We have these incredible technologies with us. Let's not question how we get cobalt from Africa in order to get these things. In the same way that we're removed from the means of production of how we create something perfect, the same way we also do the same mental gymnastics with ideologies, with modes of thought, the same way that whatever part of the political spectrum someone may find themselves on, they're very likely to jump at someone and think, oh, they believe this about abortion or immigration or religion. They think the same as I do. And then you hear them expound on that and you realize why they think that. Like, let's use something like immigration, for example. Let's say that someone says, oh, you know what, I'm anti-immigration. Yeah, you find someone who's anti-immigration. And then someone else says, oh, I'm anti-immigration as well. And then this person says, oh, yeah, you know, because I'm concerned about the economy. I'm concerned about immigrants that are currently here, that, you know, that they are being demonized and everything like that. And this other person who thinks the exact same, they say, I'm against it because I hate all of the races. And this is the kind of thing that we're in now. And I think that this is what Bernard really exemplifies as a character, is because, you know, as you said, this desire to assimilate, he doesn't hate the commodification of sex because it's, you know, immoral or he finds it profane. He doesn't care about the caste system because it removes all agency from individuals. When he speaks to Helmholtz, who's a very successful alpha, I believe he's actually an alpha plus, he speaks to him and we learn from Huxley as the narrator that Bernard is looking at Helmholtz, who's able to have multiple women in a week. I think he has 5 in 1 week, and he envies that. He wants that, but he is an alpha in the body of a gamma. It's not that he wants the world to be different. It seems as though most of his angst stems from the fact that, as you say, the incel movement look at... They don't hate the jocks. They just want to be the jocks. Yeah. In the same way that you find people that are like, oh, I hate how all these big corporations are trying to push their ideology on me. They don't hate the mass corporatization and advertisement. They just want their ideology to be replaced in that.
Is the idea. I think one of the things that epitomizes that, and I think is the genius of Huxley, is the Helmholtz is his name.
Helmholtz.
Yeah. The name is borrowed from the man who established the school of behaviorism, which is quite interesting as well in itself. And he's in the book, in this universe of the world state, Helmholtz is a lecturer at the College of Emotional Engineering. He's an Alpha Plus. He's a perfect citizen, right? And of course, Bernard is jealous of him, and there's a sense of self-pity that he feels.
Yeah.
That it's not that he feels alienated because he's so self-aware of his otherness, that he wishes to fix that otherness within himself. And there's a point in the conversation that Helmholtz talks about the idea of asceticism, of the idea almost like, of deliberate solitude is the term that he uses. The artificial impotence of asceticism. And Bernard is almost like shrugs it off. He doesn't quite get it. Why would you not want to have 5 women all the time if you can? He would.
Yeah.
And it ties up to the idea what you said. My biggest criticism with the political conversation today is that it's only propaganda when it's coming from the mouth of the other. It's never propaganda when it's coming from my mouth. And this is the problem that I have, which we are so conditioned in a way that we cannot even recognize when propaganda is coming from our own nest. And I think in this world, a world of the bureau of propaganda by television, by feeling picture, and by synthetic voice and music, everything is synthetic. Everything is a commodification of itself, a distortion, a deliberate distortion of self. And my biggest criticism of Bernard is that it's not that is that he wishes to be inserted in that world.
Yeah.
And I cannot recognize myself in that character.
Yeah. Because
that's not how I see the world. If anything, I radically deny a world that would even do something like that, Yeah.
I think we can blend the two because chapter 5 also has an interesting moment, an interesting parallel with Lenine as well, because she's flying around in a helicopter, and then this strange moment of self-awareness emerges in which she's looking down and then she's complaining about the epsilons and whatnot, and then she just has this strange, like this glitch in her mind in which she realizes very, very momentarily that she's just repeating the things that were being said to her during hypnopedia, that epsilons are, and then you just have this initial reaction to them. And this is one of the interesting things about the hypnosis, the indoctrination that occurs, is that everyone undergoes different one based on their different caste system, but they are all happy where they are based on looking at where the other castes are. So for instance, a beta is perfectly happy being a beta because, oh my god, look down at all of the deltas and everything, but then also, oh my god, look at the alphas, oh, at least I don't have to work as hard as they do. And it's the same with everyone else. The epsilon, they're happy where they are because, thank God I don't have to do anything. Thank God I have to do the absolute minimum. I never have to worry. I know everyone's happy where they are. And while she's flying around in the helicopter, Henry, who she's with, he expresses something in a way because he's completely aware of his conditioning and expresses that he only thinks the thoughts he does due to his programming. And it's this strange acceptance that occurs. And it's an interesting parallel between the two that we see, because at the same time, then they fly over a crematorium, and Lenina is the complete embodiment of indoctrination, because she sees it and says, "Oh, look at that! Isn't it nice at the phosphorus factory that once a body is done with, it can still provide things
for the world,
for the rest of the world." Because this is the most beneficial thing, this quasi-egalitarianism in which you are a willing participant in giving everything that you possibly have to the world. That's the greatest virtue that you can do.
And she says, fine to think we can go on being socially useful, even after we're dead, making plants grow. But then you expect her to have a realization, but then she continues with, but queer, the alphas and betas won't make any more plants grow than those nasty little gammas and deltas and epsilons down there. So she's still, even though she can see that the matter is the same, like in the end, the plants are going to grow the same level if you're alpha plus, if you're epsilon, it doesn't fucking matter. But still, she doesn't. And then all men are physical, chemically equal. Sorry, that was Henry. That was not Henry speaking.
Yeah.
And then besides, even epsilons perform indispensable services, and they start repeating those phrases to each other. Everyone works for everyone else. We can do without anyone. Even epsilons are useful. And it's like she remembers, but at the same time, it's so ingrained in the way they think.
There's a funny thing about the conditioning that occurs, because the idioms that are given to the society are utilized at such a excessive degree that they constantly emerge throughout the novel. And in the end of chapter 3, as we're cutting in between all of them, we're watching Lenina and Henry and Bernard go about their business, and all the while we're hearing Mustafa Mond speak on the society, and at the same time we're hearing the speakers speaking to the children, indoctrinating them. And this is the first part, we haven't mentioned it yet, but this is the first part where Soma is actually introduced in the novel.
Yes.
And we'll go into detail of it over the course of the novel. We don't have to explain exactly what it is here, but this is the first chapter that we witness the extent of what Soma is. Essentially what Soma is a drug of a religious caliber. Mm-hmm. It is all-consuming, and it's integrated in every single aspect of life. It's instigated in your morning coffee, and it can also be used in the exact same way in an orgy with 12 people. And it has essentially the same effect.
Yeah.
It takes people to where they want to be. It sends them in a fervor. And this internal unreality still remains an escape from reality, which is something that isn't directly addressed in the novel. And I think it's so interesting because we find in chapter 4 when Bernard, he's very dissatisfied at the fact that, he wants to be with Lenina in some deeper manner. And he's speaking to this other man called, I think it's Benito Hoover, who everyone likes Benito Hoover, and he's just like a side character that's in it for like, I just find it funny.
I know, yeah, everyone likes Benito Hoover.
Yeah, there's something very funny about this side character that's barely in the novel.
I know.
That everyone likes Benito Hoover, and but the way he speaks is so robotic.
I know.
He's so that he comes
it's
up.
Barely him.
Yeah, that he comes up with one of the main axioms of which he's the first person to offer Soma to Bernard, and Bernard is constantly trying to not have it, but he says, 1 cubic centimeter cures 10 gloomy episodes. And this is just one example of one of the axioms that's used, in which people constantly say, and they constantly say these things and they don't think about what they're saying, but it's just the assurance of objective facts of the world, of this is just the way that things are. And these come up constantly throughout, and they're very, very irritating to hear, because the moment that anyone can have any kind of semblance, and we say, like you say, Lenina in the helicopter, any moment that anyone could have a moment where they question it, they resort back into their subconscious where these things are just laid on and all of these quote facts, and they just say the one that's most appropriate at that moment.
Yeah, and it's funny because between Henry and Lenina's conversation, it feels very, very matter of fact, but if you really look at it at the text, is blah, blah, blah. I mean, it means nothing.
Yeah.
There's all these scientific things are being thrown around, but they don't really understand. They just repeat. It's not just that they are conditioned, it's that they don't even have the capacity to reflect beyond their conditioning, right? And I think that Huxley does that very well with the juxtapositions of the scenes, the repetition of the phrases over and over again, almost in a way. Do you know how in Clockwork Orange, Burgess introduces the lingo and the slangs to the point that after in the end, you remember, and it almost becomes natural in Clockwork Orange in the book. It feels the same, like the idioms that they speak. In the end, you know what they're gonna say. You really do.
Yes,
you know.
Yeah. It's so into the society that you're expecting it to come.
Yeah, and I don't want to gloss over this because I know you hate obstacle golf, and it's just before they just had played obstacle golf.
I was gonna save obstacle golf, but we can talk about it now.
Yes, go for it.
Because this is the aspects of the world that I hate more than anything. Like I've said to you, I can do I can accept the soma. I can accept the khaki clothes with zips in order to have sex quicker.
Zip.
I can do with the caste system. But if there's one thing that takes it over the edge for me, it's obstacle golf.
That particular thing.
I think that obstacle golf, electronic escalator squash, this gives me palpitations when I read it in the book.
Okay, I know why, because obviously we're married and I understand you deeply, but you need to explain to people why.
Because that for me is that genuinely is the most prophetic aspect of the book of how it understood how we are going to perceive fun, how we're going to spend our free time. And it makes me nervous when I see this in real life, when I see the average person spending their time. Whoever's listening to this, I don't know where you live. I guarantee you are within 20 minutes walking distance of a rage room, of, I don't fucking know, a new indoor mini golf thing, but it's 1980s themes, it's retro themed, it's retro golf. All of this thing. Let's not go. We don't go bowling. We go cosmic bowling. All of this added on shite that we just keep adding onto things to make them more complex. And all it is, it's dangling keys in front of a baby. It's a cat chasing a laser. It's just this color and this distraction to make things more complicated so that you can switch off your brain more and not think about what I'm doing. It's just I've got this plugged into my head of colour and sound and distraction that when I remove all that, I'm just, again, in Brave New, I'm just playing with a ball and a stick. That's all I'm doing. The only difference is, at least with the ball and the stick, I had my own imagination. I could do something with it. I could create it more than what it is. I'm not playing with a ball and a stick. I'm a warrior with my friend, and we're going to do something.
Yes.
But if I go into the city and I go into that giant pink bouncy boing room, then what am I doing? Because everything, I'm stimulated so much. Every one of my senses is activated. The walls are bright yellow. The man serving me is doing a funny voice and waving his arms in front of me. What part of my imagination, what part of myself is being activated with all this? And there's that level of consumption of obstacle golf, which is so prescient to now. But because it's so applicable to everything in people's leisure time. People work 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. And then on Saturday, they will go into the center of the city and just consume the most pointless distractions.
There's something interesting about this. I want to talk about the band Calvin Stopes and the 16 saxophonists in a minute, because this is in this chapter as well. But there's something about particular obstacle golf and escalator squash and things like that, which mimics also. I mean, the Alpha Plus play those games, right? There's a level of a barrier of entry by the consumption level, which is also mimics the reality of life here in this world we have today in 2025, in which a lot of people are discouraged from engaging golf, for example. What is golf in our real world? It's like, fucking hell, like, it's expensive to play golf. It's not something that just any working class person can come on and just play golf. It's something that there's a big barrier of entry. In a way, I mean, there's a commodification of fun and whatever, all of that we spoke about. But there's also this, like, you're the caste system that's still in play. Like, you simply cannot afford to play golf. I'm sorry.
Because
escalator, squash, and all of that is the same.
Because ultimately, all of these sports that we're saying, and I'm not saying this to diminish sports, I'm a big sports fan.
Yeah, we both are.
But there is that element of, why is it so expensive? It's because we've become more efficient at it.
Yeah.
It's like to do.
Look at football.
I was about to say, like, to do a little a tangent with football. One of the big soccer, as a lot of people call it.
No.
One of the major issues that people have with the modern game is this idea that it's become so efficient that we've perfected it to such a level that it's a completely system-based thing now, in which the flair of individual players is not prioritized. It's all based around essentially a stat-based system, in which we operate. And again, that removes the barrier of entry. And it's the same with golf, because it's not a case of, all right, you want to play golf? Become the most fucking efficient golf player you ever can in your entire life. Get this fucking 9 wood and fucking hit it as precise as you possibly can. Rather than, ultimately what we're doing, I'm getting a ball and a stick and I'm going to have fun.
Listen.
Fun is removed so that we can become more efficient.
Listen, as a Brazilian, I'm going to use this excuse of football becoming very complex to explain why all the Brazilian team with Joga Bonito is doing shit now, okay? I'm going to use that as an excuse. But I want to talk about Calvin Stopes and the 16 Saxophonists, which is an event that they go for, like a musical event, a synthetic band. Okay, it starts with that term, synthetic band. The name, he's been so precise, Huxley, through all this novel, precise and poignant with the name. So it's like, there's no way.
He hasn't just picked it.
It's not. This is a very
chance.
good name. Calvin Stopes and 16 Saxophonists. We know that the joke was sax and saxophone. Yeah, we got that part. But let's talk about Calvin Stopes. Calvin, for me, is going to be an allusion to John Calvin and the whole concept of the theological doctrine of predestination, of social predestination that Calvin and the Calvinists proposed, which I think we got that cover all the park. But what's Stopes? Where's that coming from? And the 16 as well. So dig deep. Mary Stopes was a British author, advocate of eugenics, bingo, advocate of birth control, society, and she was also the leader of the Society for Constructive Birth Control, and she was also a bit of a racist herself. She wanted to kind of like control certain races from not having too many children, if you know what I mean. And her pamphlet in which she wrote about this was 16 pages. This is a bit of a conspiracy, but I think he's picking up from there, this idea that people are unfit to breed. That's very scary for. Very scary thought. And in a way, it contrasts with the idea of social predestination from a theological way from John Calvin standpoint. So I think he's doing this little play on word here. And the saxophonist, I think, is just kind of like tongue-in-cheek, because I don't think Huxley takes himself so seriously in the novel, and I like that.
No.
The pun.
Here's what I think. I think that it's him poking fun at it. However, I also think that the saxophonist, I think the use of puns is integral to understanding the world.
I do too. Yes, perfect.
I think it's in the moment I think it's in the following chapter. It's either in chapter 6 or chapter 7. We'll get to it, but I'll just mention it now because it's related to the saxophonist, in which one of the hotels that they were once staying at that's referenced, it's called the Aurora Bora Palace.
I just thought about Simpsons, sorry.
And this thing, do you remember, it's like hedonism bot from Futurama.
Yeah.
Of this idea, we are so addicted to our pleasure that even everything that we are going to name, it's going to be a reference to sex. It's going to be a reference to how foolish that is. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, we're staying at the we're staying at the Aurora Bora Palace. Exactly. Like how you imagine a Rococo, how you imagine
degenerate.
How you imagine King Louis just before he died. It is this idea of everything. The saxophonist. It's going to be this. Even in the nouns that I use, even in the names that I give things, I'm going to name it something that will give me the maximum and indulgent pleasure.
And you know what's funny as well? Because the band is playing at the Westminster Abbey Cabaret.
Yes.
And you have all this new use for this historical, venerable building of, kings and queens were once crowned in this place, but now it's just a cabaret. And you know what's funny about it as well is that inside there, the synthetic band is not enough that it's like the noise and the thing. It's almost like there's a new sky altogether inside.
Yeah.
Inside is a tropical sunset. Like, this idea of constant pleasure, and it has to be sunny all the time, and there's a cabaret, and we're all gonna have fun, and isn't this excitable?
Do you know what I feel about that scene when they go is the music that's described is completely sensorial, even in the sense that he describes it as the notes that are going down, it almost vibrates inside of you. And for me, this is a kind of indulgence, because everything comes across as sexual and everything comes across as hedonistic. Even the point that the music that you're listening to is supposed to be the highest. Again, it's played in Westminster, so we're assuming that this is in this world, is one of the highest forms of music that we can engage with. Mm-hmm. And yet at the same time, it's approached the same way that ASMR is approached, that all it is just auditory pleasure. It just makes me feel good. That's all it is. We're just playing a certain frequency. It's just it's just this hedonistic vibration inside. That's just what makes me feel good. we can keep going on about this.
Yeah, and just one second. And I think because he's going to go to the solidarity service at the Forston Community Singery, right? He's going to go to that. But just before, the way that Huxley, because we're talking about Soma just for 5 seconds, the way that Huxley describes the feeling that Lenina is having with Soma, he particularly uses the word bottled. She's feeling bottled, yeah? To be bottled on Soma. I think it suggests not only a return to the artificial, the manufactured state in which they were also born, decanted from a design bottle, as I referred to right in the beginning of the conversation, but metaphorically reinforces this place of inescapable pleasure bottled inside. Like if you were to be bottled inside something, and we even use this idea, like colloquially, we use the term bottled up feelings, right? Something that is repressed in some way, and the Soma comes also in a bottle. So I think there's always like this play on words that he's doing that's beyond the pun.
Yeah.
And at the same time, again, the juxtaposition, because we're going to go and meet now Bernard as he is in the solidarity service at the Forston Community Singery. Yes. That is quite something. And it's almost like, is a surrogate for a religious experience, a communal experience of religiosity, because during this, it's basically, can I just say, it's an orgy, yeah? It's an orgy that they have, which is basically a schedule that they have to have weekly, and there's a bit of a religiosity that comes with that, but also they sing hymns, they're all together, men and women, one next to each other. They pass a cup of strawberry ice cream Soma. They take Soma tablets. They work together in this frenzy of exaltation. And they say things like, I drink to my annihilation. They repeat things 12 times. And the number 12, it comes on in the book a lot. The 12 stanzas of the hymns, the 12 times that they say the phrases, for we are 12, oh, make us one. So I was thinking, what could that be an indicative to? And obviously, like in Christianity, 12 is the number of Jesus' disciples. It's also the 12 tribes of Israel. And this is just me kind of like picking up from my own references as well. We have the 12 signs of the zodiac again as well. There's because Huxley was really into mysticism as well. And I think in a way, there's almost this illusion of the number 12 that connects the world that we are in the Bible, in the zodiac, in the mystic world that we have. And this mystical world of the world state of perfection, order, and completeness, the number 12. And after again, the number 12 will be, the chapter 12 is a very important chapter in the book too, as a turning point in the story. So I just wanted to make that note because I thought it was interesting. And now, as an English person, why orgy porgy? Explain this to me.
Okay, so simple. All it is it's a reference to a nursery rhyme, and the thing, I don't even know if it's exclusively an English nursery rhyme, but there is a nursery rhyme called Georgie Porgy, and the thing is, it's a nursery rhyme which I don't know if this is relevant to everyone else, but many of the versions of this nursery rhyme I heard growing up were versions of Georgie Porgy kissing the girls at a party. Okay, it was something along those lines. It was like kissing girls and whatnot like that. And because of that, I would because it's an old Victorian nursery rhyme, but I've heard it's one of the common nursery rhymes that I've heard be played with in like a sexual nature.
Okay,
as like a little satirical thing. Mm-hmm. That's the major thing that I can think of there. But it's still whether Huxley was playing on that as well, it's still something that he is still just using the idea of taking a nursery rhyme and relating it to sexual play.
Yeah, I think also the way that the nursery, I thought the same. I didn't know it was a nursery rhyme, but they do use it in the context of a rhyme.
Yeah.
So orgy porgy, fart and fun, kiss the girls and make them one. Boys and one with girls at peace. Orgy porgy gives release. So I thought that's how they would say it. But there's something that I found that was interesting as well. During the orgy, they keep saying, he's coming, he's coming.
Yes.
I think there's also a play of the second coming of Christ type of like on Protestantism and type of like rhetoric like that, like, but also the idea of obviously come, literally come, like he's coming, like almost the climax of pleasure. But in Christianity, that will also be like he's coming back to us, like, the second coming of Christ. And I don't think that Huxley is particularly critical of Christianity in the book, but he is in a way playing with also a form of alienation that comes from religion, and how religion can be used as technology to also alienate.
So I just have it here now because I just wanted to double check and reaffirm. So it actually does play very much into the reason why Huxley would have chose Georgie Porgy was because it is a nursery rhyme about kissing girls and whatnot. But I can just read the basic thing.
Go on.
Because it's a nursery rhyme which has been changed so many times, but the one that I originally said was correct. So this is what it is originally. And it's very funny now knowing that these are the original words to thinking, okay, they turned it into orgy porgy, let's all have an orgy. Yeah? Okay. This is how it originally goes. Georgie Porgy, pudding and pie, kissed the girls and made them cry. When the girls came out to play, Georgie Porgy ran away.
Oh.
So that makes much more sense.
Yes.
Because obviously you have this illusion of,
shame.
A boy that he wants to kiss all the girls, but the girls don't like it. The girls run away from him. And then when the girls come and approach him, then he doesn't like it and he runs away.
Shame.
So there is this instinctive thing of, of children and adults of desiring the opposite sex and wanting to do them and maybe taking it a bit too far, and then the other rejecting them. And it works both ways, and it is this instinctive human fear as well and apprehension that we have towards sex. But in Brave New World, they take that and they turn it into a nursery rhyme that they do in this Eyes Wide Shut-esque hedonistic orgy.
And by the end, Bernard he ends up feeling more alienated than ever as well. And you have this girl next to him saying, wasn't it wonderful? Wasn't it simply wonderful? Mm-hmm. And you also get the sense that the only people that are allowed to engage in this solidarity service are also higher caste people.
Well, because what's interesting is that Huxley often describes the comfort during all of this. And he actually does it throughout the novel. The comfort that he describes the people as feeling is often one in a kind of way in which we would describe as, returning to the womb of that initial point that we have, that thing that ties us as humans as something sacred and safe inside one's mother. But he still uses that idea of return to the womb, but it's talk about being found in the embryonic state, because these people never existed in a womb. So their ideal comfort is returning to that embryonic state of feeding on surrogate meat and whatnot. The environmental conditioning plants the bug so deeply in your mind that you become beyond help, that you become beyond a human state. And what happens at the end of this chapter, the phrase that's described just after the orgy is over, is a self-consciousness intensified to the pitch of agony. And so he's aware of his reality, and yet he's miserable, but he still finds his sexual vice is resting constantly in his mind. So the following chapters, we're about to enter the Savage Reservation. And we open with Lenina and Bernard traveling around together. And Bernard expresses this want for freedom. Lenina is still preoccupied with the distractions of the day. She's talking about electronic squash. She's talking about obstacle golf. Because Lenina, as a character, she can't fathom the idea of what a person would do, what a person could do in their private time other than sleep. Because anything outside of that is outside of distraction. Everything in this society, in this consumer society, is about engaging in some surrogate form of happiness. And she says a quote which is very important. She says, "Never put off till tomorrow the fun you can have today." There is a duty. There is something you have to be happy.
You have to be happy is a duty for stability, right? But there's a point in this when they are together that she's trying to get him to take someone because obviously she wants to have sex with him. And the silence, he says that the silence almost makes him feel like an individual. And that's weirds her out to the point that she breaks the silence by turning on the radio and she says, "Let's turn on the radio, quick."
Yeah.
Like like she can even fathom the idea of thinking.
Yeah.
Like the silent, it has to be cured by soma, sex, or noise, or any form of dopamine, any form.
Well, during the trip, they're flying around in the helicopter, and Bernard is just looking outwards, and he says that's all he wants to do. He just wants to. She's asking him what he wants to do, and he says, "I just want to be with you. I just want to walk. I just want to talk. I don't want to do anything." But when you are so locked in, I mean, it's not hard. That all you would have to do if you are near a window and you see people right now, all you have to do is look out, and I'm sure that you're going to find someone with a phone in their hand or with some distraction or with music in their ear doing something, because no one can just be in solidarity. Solidarity, no action should be a solitary action. We should all be engaging with one another all the time. And that's why the action of even like the intimacy of in Brave New World of having someone, it's still, as you said, it's still this commodification that I have you, you're a product to me. And if we are together, then we can't just be together. We need to engage with some product. We need to consume something to distract ourselves, because look at the limitless potential of sensory input that we can fill our brains with all the time. Why would we resist it?
And when he talks, I want to look at the sea in peace.
Yeah.
And then she turns on the radio quick. She cannot fathom the idea. And she says, how can you talk like that about not wanting to be a part of the social body? You know, she gets horrified. And she says, even epsilons are useful. Like, you know. And then he says, so am I. I damn well wish I weren't. Like the idea of cutting the usefulness from the self. So deep down, there's a point there's something in Bernard that calls him for something unique, even though he fights within himself, even though maybe it's jealousy that he wishes he was more perfect. Yeah. You know, there's something to him.
Well, it's that level that we say, because the world, production and consumerism are tied within one another in this world, but you can also argue that it is in our own world. And even relating to what we were saying about the games earlier, this need that you can't play golf unless you have all the correct equipment, unless you're going to take the class, unless you're doing it. You have to be productive in your leisure. It's not just something that you can do. Or at the very least, even like how often do we see that? People don't just take something out. People don't just live anymore. They need to find a way to commodify their life, whether that's becoming an influencer, whether that's recording everything that they do all the time and turning it into a product.
and then he says to her at some point, basically that, you know, like, don't you wish you were free? And then she says, I don't know what you mean. I am free to have the most wonderful time. Everybody's happy nowadays.
Yeah.
And this is something that, you know, in the distorted way we see it now as well. This idea of like, as long as we're happy, everything is okay. It doesn't matter that people are mining cobalt for our phones to work. It doesn't matter if like kids are being enslaved in China for us to have toys for our own kids. Nothing matters. Everybody's happy nowadays.
Yeah. And
this is something that I'm really scared about.
But it's also this,
anyway.
Because this perspective, we haven't mentioned it yet, but this perspective of course things are better now. That's also used by Huxley as this disembodied narrator, in which the narrator of this novel has a perspective, and his is one of someone that is also has been conditioned within this world.
I know, it's very interesting.
And what it really gets across is this fact that when someone, I mean, particularly when the Savage enters the novel in a couple of chapters, it really shows the power of when an all-encompassing accepted truth has been disseminated across everyone, because it shows how hard it is to dissent against that, when even just this disembodied floating voice is kind of casting judgment and is confused as to why you're doing what you're doing. There's no, it becomes a very claustrophobic experience by the end, because we're in a world where there is no room to express anything beyond whatever is dictated as correct at that time.
And there's a point in which Bernard, I think in relation to what you're saying, Bernard does talk about the idea of, I wish we could be adults all the time. You know, I wish we could feel things. I wish we could reserve judgment. I wish we could stop ourselves from pleasure, you know?
Well, that's what happens, is because Lenina thinks that he's acting so strange. She always calls everything queer when she doesn't quite understand it. And she says that he's acting queer, and she only sees him as resuming normalcy when he caves it because he doesn't want to take Soma. He takes Soma, he starts fondling her, they start having sex, and then the equilibrium has returned and everything's back to normal. And that's when he says, he realized it might be possible to be an adult all the time because the world of convenience and immediacy is infantile.
Yeah. And then what does she say? She interrupts him, and Huxley says, Lenina tone was firm. I don't understand. Yeah, that is important as well. And it is again in the phrases that they say when they take the Toma. Remember, 1 cubic centimeter cures 10 gloomy sentiments. Even those phrases are quite childish as well.
Yeah,
everything is extremely infantile.
Yeah,
right.
I think we can talk about these chapters all within
together,
one another. Yeah, because what happens now is they go as a trip. They travel to New Mexico to go to a savage reservation. Bernard gets permission from his director to go, and a conversation occurs with the director in which the director gives an anecdote that Bernard gives an opinion on. The director then starts to threaten Bernard with almost excommunication for having these non-infantile sentimentalities towards the story that he just told. But that story will become more important in a couple of chapters on. But essentially what happens is that Lenina and Bernard are going on what is a holiday in this world, and they're going to see savages. And we start to realize that there are, quote, uncivilized people that exist within this world. They're just all within reservations that people can go to, essentially as zoos. So they travel with one another, Lenina and Bernard, and when they are there, they go to a hotel. They go to a hotel there, and the hotel has all the conveniences. And Lenina is amazed by the hotel with all of its squash courts, with how many it has. It wasn't as bad as the Aurora Bora Palace that she stayed at once. And Bernard he's becoming more and more frustrated at the fact that he is recognizing every opinion that she has. She has it because of her conditioning. She has it because it's just completely expected of her, and everyone assimilates and agrees to the same thing. She says, progress is lovely, isn't it? And it's just something that gets under his skin. And he says, yeah, progress is lovely. So if you don't want to come, stay here, because this is the hotel exemplifies that. She ends up leaving with him, and they go to the savage reservation. So what happens is they go to the reservation, and while they're there, I believe it's an alpha. It's either an alpha or a beta that's essentially a tour guide that's guiding them through the reservation. And you realize all he doesn't really know anything. He's just espousing facts the same way that everyone just espouses axioms of, this is the truth and we just say it. He doesn't really know anything. And I found it interesting that, this would be the kind of job that an alpha or a beta has. It's still, even the peak within society, it's still just a very menial task that's supposed to serve the benefit of whoever was the person above them all that was conditioning them. They're not like the greatest of the greats, within society that they are. But what ends up happening...
Sorry, but that's the illusion of knowledge, because he's saying axioms, as you said. That's the illusion of knowledge.
Yeah.
And again, goes back to the beginning when he doesn't show how the intellectuals are conditioned, but they are, right? Yeah.
Well, it's also going back to this conditioning is there's a story that's told of a young boy that was conditioned during his sleep. He could learn to speak English and whatnot, and it relates to they were teaching him the Nile is the longest river in Egypt and whatnot, and they use this example because they sit him down at the table and they ask the young boy, they say, what's the longest river in Egypt? And he goes, I don't know. He doesn't know what it is. This is before conditioning came into effect in the world. And then they say, listen, the Nile is, and then he says, the Nile is the longest river in Egypt. And he says it by rote.
Yeah.
And then they ask him immediately after, what's the longest river in Egypt? He says, I don't know.
The idea of the Nile and the Nile is perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, it's so clever.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, he makes those puns as well all the time. It's very fun.
And there is this notion that even the alphas that are smart, it's just by rote that they just do these things. It's that there's nothing within them. There's ultimately nothing within them that separates them from the epsilons other than the caste system, which the director of the hatcheries and the world controllers have decided that this is the order that things shall be. But what ends up happening is that while they're at the reservation, and Bernard has been so adamant that he wants to see the savages, he wants to see how these things are different.
I wonder why.
Because he's different.
Yeah, he feels different.
He's different, and if he can't assimilate into society, he wants something more.
Maybe he wants another civilization that he can assimilate to.
Exactly. Yeah. There is something within there, because Bernard still has this thing of this. He's jealous of Helmholtz. He has this strange duplicitous nature to him. But then when they're there and the tour guide is giving them all this information, Bernard, all of a sudden, can't pay attention. Lenina is next to him and she's taking Soma, so she's basically in a semi-Soma trip and she's just like nodding and she's not even there. She's in her own world. And that's her approach to it. His approach is arguably worse, because at the very least, Lenina is assimilated in the society and she's not pretending to be anything other than she is. What Bernard is doing is that he wants to go there to try and deepen something or find some new answers, or, I don't belong in this world. And what's stuck in his mind? Rather than listening to all this information, he realizes, I left the cologne tap on. So clearly at the hotel, there was a tap that was there that we would have to wash our face, but in the Brave New World, it's just filled with aftershave and scents, and you run it. And he's thinking, oh my God, I'm litres of cologne. And as he's going, you can just see the needle ticking over and over, litre and litre and litre. He's thinking it's going to cost him so much. So that means that not only before he went to the Savage Reservation that he used the cologne tap, he went to this hotel, all this thing that he hates Lenina saying about how convenient everything is, he went there and he put the cologne tap on full blast to use it before he was going to a Savage Reservation so he could smell nice. So he could smell nice to the savages in particular. He's still engaged in this world, and even when he's physically in the presence of the reservation, his mind is still trapped in the Brave New World.
There's something as well that it seems like is also the first time that they see someone old.
Yeah, this is what happened. So
yeah, go you can go forward a bit.
So we go inside the reservation, and Lenina says that they call them the Indians still, and they say that because they meet and they're actually now away from the tour guide and they're with the Indians, they're with the savages that they call them, and Lenina keeps complaining that the Indian guide smells, and she says, "I hate walking. And you feel so small when you're on the ground at the bottom of a hill." And there is this notion, and I can't remember exactly what we said earlier, but there is this idea that understanding the self, understanding yourself within history, understanding the individual in relation to everyone else, that you are not the center of the universe.
To nature.
This idea of when you're small, you're also not powerful. You're also then thus not that important. And that altering of perspective, I also believe, is one of the reasons why they don't want people too interested in nature. Because the vastness of nature, there is still this aspect that we mentioned with all the conditioning that we have from embryonic state till the moment that you die. There are still basic things that they can't get out of people. There is still something there that is a danger to disrupting the world.
Yeah. Although
at the same time, the world is so ingrained that it seems almost impossible to stop. So we're in the reservation, and this is the first encounter with humans outside of civilization as we know. And they give birth, which people find disgusting. We find an old man, and he has wrinkles, and he has some missing teeth. And the reaction towards him is one of revulsion. We realize now that no one in civilization even looks old. She mentions, I think Lenina mentions that, but the director is old and he doesn't look like that. And they say, yeah, but we keep people youthful as old as possible. We inject them with youthful plasma and whatnot. We keep them like that. And then they reach a certain point and then they die. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because there is a man going around now, quite a famous man that has this transhumanist youthful perspective who is injecting plasma. Which,
interesting enough,
it's hard to not find. It's not even direct parallels. It's just certain things that.
You mean Brian Johnson?
Yes. Yeah. Who else am I going to mean?
I don't know.
Someone else.
Brian Jonas.
There is this weird, because it's not like a satire. It's that this stuff now 100 years later just is. It's a form of living, and it is becoming more and more rationalized.
Yeah, and she says the phrase, but cleanliness is next to faultlessness, she insists, and civilization is sterilization.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of that as well, because I think once you remove old age, there's a form of sterilizing the self as well, because you become almost like, it's hard to explain this, it's just a feeling I have, but you become a thing. You completely cease to be human at that point. You just become a plastic thing. That's what I feel like. It's just a gut feeling. And I don't know. And again, in this world, is that like a lot of those gut feelings that people would have, they try to make it so that people would absolutely not have.
Yeah. I find that, in order to try and understand the level of conditioning, you then have to thus try to grasp the perspective of this encounter in the reservation from the perspective of the civilized people of Bernard and Lenina. They've lived in a place 100% of the time where everything is just accepted. We are in the year AF 640, whatever it is, and we pay our respects to Ford. Mothers and fathers don't exist. No one is birthed. Everyone is organized exactly where they are. And then you go to this place where there is disease and there are old people, and people have it's monstrous to them. And that's what it really tries to get across, is this idea of certain things that are normal, like once they do become normalized in the world, nature will become alien.
Can I make a quick side note? Is a tangent, okay? We're gonna go outside the text for a little bit. I just got this memory in my head of that audio recording of Adam Lanza talking about the civilizing of the primitive, that monkey. The primate, the primate. And I don't know, just something interesting that popped into my head for 5 seconds. And I think is an interesting parallel, because even when people try to give monkey clothes and try to civilize them and all that, that's something that still erupts from that process. Something that will always erupt from the process of trying to repress our natural self, And it's interesting because there's the subplot of who Adam Lanza is, and him talking about it on the radio, and also his process of domestication of his self that happened through his relationship with his family. But this is a complete side note, but I thought it was interesting and just something to bring up for 5 seconds. But right now they end up meeting John, right?
Yes. What happens first is that there's a ritual that's performed, which is a mixture of shamanism, a mixture of native belief with Christianity. Snakes are pulled out as a boy, walks around, he takes his shirt off and he's whipped. And then a local, who we find out to be John, speaks to Bernard after, and he expresses his desire that he wished that he would have been the one that would have been whipped as an offering. The local... John, he's different in skin tone, and he's also ostracized from the tribe. But there is this confusion, like Lenina speaks to him and she can't fathom the idea that you would want to feel the pain and whatnot. And he expresses, if he were to have been the offering, he would have done many more rotations. He would have been able to withstand it longer. And there is this, all of a sudden, there's this complete axiom shift wherein Lenina and Bernard are exposed to a human being. Bernard recognizes himself more in John, because John looks slightly different from the tribe, and then there's also the parallels of otherness that exist within the savage reservation that also exist within civilization. But what happens, we learn the boy's name is John, and that his mother, Linda, is also there. But she used to live in civilization.
And that's why John speaks perfect English as well.
John speaks perfect English. It's why he looks different. She speaks with fervour when we encounter her, and yet her conditioning after years away from civilization is unchanged. She looks like a savage. She looks unbathed. She looks fat. She looks dishevelled. She looks monstrous from the description of Lenina and Bernard. But when she encounters them, she recognizes immediately that they're from civilization, and she's enthralled with Lenina's clothing, her viscose clothing. She can't fathom the perspective that the natives possess, and we learn that Linda has tried to condition John. So we have encountered for the first time humans, and we've also encountered for the first time someone from civilization living amongst the humans.
I find it interesting that you put it this way as humans. And no, I agree with that.
Yeah,
If it was a Freudian slip or not, I like it.
Because it's like, it's, I don't know what you would call it, because you would call civilization the Brave New World. You would call the way the humans are living the savages. And it's the obvious dichotomy of the novel as well.
Yeah, and it's something interesting because there is a kinship between John being... I might be wrong, but I wrote down that he's described as a blonde youth.
Yeah, he says that he has blonde hair.
Yeah, but he's still wearing the Indian dress, which is how he describes it. He speaks perfect English, so there's obviously a bridge between his world and the world of the savages and the world stay. And besides Bernard having this kinship, he also sees an opportunity right away. He recognizes that when Linda is talking about Tomakin, she might be talking about the director.
Yeah, we realize that right away, and Bernard realizes it right away.
Yeah, and it's also like Bernard uses that as like, he's always trying to get up one to be, to assimilate in the world state, ultimately. Even though he wanted to see the savages, the first thing when he actually gets a better real conversation with quote unquote a savage, even though he speaks English, even though he's more quote unquote civilized than the rest of them, the first thing he's thinking is like, how can use that in favor of him returning to the world state?
Yeah.
Just like he was thinking about the tap running perfume.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, what happens is like Bernard starts to speak to John. And Linda is with Lenina. John speaks to Bernard, and Bernard's asking him, what's your story? How did you end up getting here? And that's when he tells him about the mother and whatnot. He puts together that Tomakin is most likely the director. But then we also get a brief chapter in which we find out what happens when you take someone from civilization and put them in the savage reservation. And then you have someone who is an offspring that is neither one or the other, which probably doesn't exist. John may be the only person in the whole world that exists within, in between these two axioms. Mm-hmm. So we learned that Linda was taken there after she was pregnant, and we find that Linda sleeps with the men of the tribe, and she's whipped by the women of the tribe for it. Because even with all of the conditioning that happens, Linda undergoes this semi-transformation after giving birth to John. She sleeps with all the men of the tribe because she doesn't, and still to the point that we meet her in the novel, she still cannot comprehend the idea that everyone doesn't belong to everyone else. Mm-hmm. She tries to explain the idea that, this monogamy that they have, the fact that, one would be with one other person. She doesn't understand it. She thinks that is a savage mentality that they possess. And she ends up sleeping with them. The women whip her for it. And she curses John out for it for a moment. She starts to beat John because he's the reason now, because she was pregnant, because she is so beastly and monstrous that she gave birth, that she's now trapped in the reservation. But what's interesting is that she's beating him, and her conditioning is telling her that she can't give birth. Being a mother is disgusting. And then she just looks at John, and she still cares for him.
Yeah,
she hugs him. She possesses a maternal instinct. So even with all the conditioning, even though no one else has had a child, at the moment that she does have a child, that maternal instinct is still there. And it's within someone who has been in a society that has centuries of conditioning, and she's been conditioned since the moment of her conception, and she still has it.
Yeah, and it's interesting because at the same time, as you said, the conditioning hasn't really wear off to the point that she wants to condition John, true?
Yeah.
But at the same time, there is something of the natural world that will always across the conditioning, right? But that's why they have to stop all those things from happening. That's why they have to abolish the family. That's why they have to make it so that women are free martins and all that. Because ultimately, it's almost like honestly, the civilization is at the brink of collapse at any point if just one thing goes wrong.
Yeah.
I feel like I get that feeling in this part.
It's why it has to be so absolutist.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it needs to structure itself in such a, for this lens, it has to be an assembly line, because everyone has to have one particular job to do, because if that one person doesn't, it's going to affect someone else down the line. But if everything is in that and it stays like that forever, then it's fine. And well, it's funny because like the conditioning that Linda tries to do, she wants to teach him to read because, you know, the people on the reservation, they can't read. So yeah, he should be able to read. That's something that civilization has, that the people there can read. But she only has one book with her. And it's a tome of science from civilization, which is the most inhuman book that anyone could ever read. And then he just innately rejects it.
I know, I really like that. I wrote that down because it's interesting that even though she's trying to make him like learn how to read, there's something in John that the natural thing would be to actually 100% reject that, you know, and that I really like. I mean, if we can jump ahead a little bit, is also the same natural rejection that he has towards those weird civilization books. When Pope brings the complete works of Shakespeare that is in there lying down, he has an instant draw to it as well.
Yeah.
It's the same, you know, two sides of the same coin. I find that interesting. Because obviously, just to introduce Pope really quick, because I just skip a bit of the chapter. But he's a man that keeps bringing her, is it Mescal, the name of that?
Yeah.
Yes, which is a surrogate, in that case, is a surrogate for Soma for her, so she can trip a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I really like, again, the number 12 present, because he comes home and he finds the book. It's his 12th birthday. Yeah, again, this number that is both religious in both worlds, mystical in our world, and also in the world state, as they say in the origin that they do. They also talk about the number 12. And she looks at the book and is uncivilized. It's nonsense, right? And it automatically, the complete works of Shakespeare means a lot to John. It almost becomes a treasured thing.
Yeah.
That he, I mean, at least I get the sense that is a treasure for him. And after it becomes even more evident, right?
Well, the thing is, when he goes through the works of William Shakespeare, it gives him more power than even some of the truths that were passed on to him by the natives. There's something within that. And it's at this point because prior to this, he was speaking to Linda, because Linda is speaking to him about the utopia. She's speaking to him about civilization. And she tells him it's a place where everyone is happy all the time. This is the way the world should be. And I like when I'm reading that, I always think of when you see in stories of like people that talk about America, when you think of like immigrants that want to go to America, especially like in the 19th century, it's a place of opportunity, the land of opportunity. The streets are paved with gold. And then you get to reality, America, and yeah, you have an opportunity, but then you see the reality of, okay, you have this opportunity because we live in a dog-eat-dog society and it's every man for himself.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's true. It is a place where everyone is happy. But again, it's because we're removed from the process of how we reach that happiness, to the point where even after she's trying to teach him stuff, and he asks Linda about, what are chemicals? What actually are they? And she tells him exactly what they are, but then she can only relate the information to him as a consumer. She says like what they're used for, and if you want more, you go to like the chemical depository in order to see more. And he says like the locals about the life that they live, they have more definitive answers. Like there's a point where like he's making a clay tool in a small ravine nearby, and they're able to teach him things. They're able to teach him things about life. But it's only when he discovers the works of William Shakespeare that he's imbued with this new power. He gains something. He gains an insight beyond both of them. And at this point, he was already othered because he wasn't part of civilization and he wasn't part of the savage reservation. And now he is trapped between reality and myth of the two worlds because he sees the complete scientism that civilization has to offer. He doesn't identify with that. But now he sees this complete myth, this complete immateriality that is in the reservation, and he doesn't relate to that either. And now he's trapped between anti-humanism and primitivism.
Yeah, and I find that interesting as well because I feel like Shakespeare gives him a voice of his repressed emotions. And if you're there to allow me to just go back a little bit, because when Helmholtz is talking to Bernard about writing and the poignancy of writing and like writing phrases that are gonna pierce people and all that, there's also a lot of sense that you get that they don't have words to express what they actually feel.
Yeah.
That they've been
but what reference would they have for the words anyway?
Exactly, yeah. And the plays give John a voice to the point that at this moment, he also understands his hatred for Popeye. He actually understands the violence of his hatred for the man that is sleeping with his wife, his mother. And I cannot help but think of Harold Bloom and the idea of Shakespeare and the invention of the human, the idea that Shakespeare gives us the tools to understand our own humanity. And even in that point of someone completely primitive, someone completely that tried to be what his mom tried to condition him, in the encounter with Shakespeare, he finally gets his humanity stripped away from him, given back to him, right? Yeah. At that moment. And then he quotes Hamlet, about his hatred of Popeye when he's drunk sleep on his rage, on this incestuous pleasure of his bad, He quotes Shakespeare about his feelings because, even if he doesn't understand the context of Shakespeare in the past, those words have such power.
He understands that there's something about the totality of the human spirit that is within the works of Shakespeare.
Yeah.
It's just there. And yeah, because it says, like, as he's going throughout it, he doesn't quite understand exactly what he's reading, but it resonates with him on a deep level that there is something about the magic of Shakespeare's words, which, personal point, it's just, we were discussing this recently, it's just, for me, Shakespeare is the one person I'm always in awe of. I just can't I could read it over and over and over again, and it's the closest that we have to magic. There is something about it.
Yeah, I wrote down a quote from Harold Bloom that I want to read for us here now at this point. We are lived by drives we cannot command, and we are read by works we cannot resist. And this is about Shakespeare.
Yeah.
And this is it. And I think Huxley does something here in this point of the story. Because when he's describing the natural world, the rituals, the feelings that John is finally getting a voice with, that narrator, in which was almost sartoric before, that was almost detached, becomes a bit more poetic.
Particularly by the end, I think something happens particularly by the end.
Yeah, but I think there's a seed planted here that starts to create this idea of this narrator also breaking through. This is the moment I wrote down for myself that I felt there was a breakthrough a little bit with that.
Well, I think
I
think John's the most interesting character ultimately, because he doesn't belong in because there are only two options at the minute of this world, and I also think that's why, just referencing Huxley again, I still think that's why the island and his perspective, I think that with the aggression that ideologues and the powers that be want their world to exist, I think it's naive to believe that we can engage with the tools that they're giving us in moderation. I don't think that's an option. And I think it's why ultimately it's still, even though that there are these two polar opposites of worlds in which John can choose which one he wants to engage in, the moral one is still the savage one. And it's still the world of myth that he is drawn to, because the savage reservation still ostracizes John for being different, and this is something within human nature that is expressed within Brave New World as well, because we'll see very soon just how quickly allegiances can turn, even in a completely conditioned society, as well as one completely uncivilized. And when he's beaten and chastised by the other children in the reservation, just in order to try and get through it, he explains that he stood on a hill in the sunshine and held his arms outstretched like Jesus. And as unscientific as that may be, he expresses in the reason that he did it is, if Jesus could undergo that suffering, then he just wanted to know what that felt like, and hopefully that can help him go through it. And what ends with this chapter is that Bernard, he identifies himself with John, but in this, I don't know what you think, but it's kind of this strange way, because he realizes, just shortly before this, that the director is essentially out to get him at this point. for certain expressions, which because any kind of dissent is deemed as something which we need to remove quite quickly. And then he realizes, okay, he can bring John back to civilization, and he can probably get something out of it. Even though, like, he actually does, there is a kinship in that they are different. Neither of them exactly belong in the class that they're in. But John has this sudden joy. Like, yeah, he wants to see this. He wants to go back to civilization. And Bernard agrees with this, and he agrees that he will take Linda, even though he knows immediately that Linda, she will not be accepted at all. She'll be seen as a borderline circus sideshow. But he says, yeah, of course, and it exposes in Bernard his true. He has ulterior motives into why he's doing what he's doing. But we end the chapter with John sadly having this hope because he's about to experience civilization, and because the means of which he has to express it is through Shakespeare. The last we see of John at the reservation before he goes into civilization is that he says, "Oh, brave new world that has such people in it." So the upcoming chapter is more of a transitional chapter, and it exposes something unique within John, I think, in the framework of the novel, in that John expresses his desire for Lenina, and it's an internal desire that he has. He desires something more than just her sexually. He desires her skin, he desires her scent, he desires her name. There's something very romantic about the way that he possesses this attraction towards her. He finds her on her bed and he starts murmuring to himself Shakespeare. The one thing that happens with this that I find interesting is that he's looking at her with this almost obsessive gaze, just quoting, and then all of a sudden a fly passes by and he just swats it away and says flies, and then he carries on quoting her. I think this is quite an interesting perspective that's unique to John, and I think it's very important. I don't think that it's just a casual thing that he put in the novel. I think it's very important that this natural distraction of a fly, it lands near her, it lands near Lenina. Anyone else would look at it as though, oh, it's almost like she's tainted at that point, because nature, a fly is a disgusting animal, and it's come in, and he is just able to waft it away. But I might be looking into this in a certain lens, but in the same way, I see how the director near the beginning was wafting away history. There seems to be this parallel within it of John is able to navigate nature and able to accept that with nature and with life comes these things that, under the wrong perspective, will taint it in the eyes of others, but he sees it as just this thing that's in the way that he can move out of the way and then continue to go back with this pure admiration of which only Shakespeare has the capacity to express the depth of.
Yeah, it shows a bit of this ideal. I also agree that it's more than just physical desire, or even there's a sense of idealized love, and I think in a way, the fly is also something that would taint that perfection, because idealized love, it's different from the idealization of erotic sex or whatever. It's there's something about the purity of it, of the virginity of it, that I think is important to John. And I don't think it's by mistake that the quote that he does says is from Romeo and Juliet, because in Romeo and Juliet, there's always this, a lot of people over romanticize the story of Romeo and Juliet. It's a very tragic tale, and there's something about the love that they possess that is not really, I wouldn't say it's really love. It's quite obsessive, and it's quite there's beauty into it. But there's a rebellion in it, and all things like that, which are interesting and which are beautiful, in fact. But there's also naivety with it. There's also just lust also, and I do think it's interesting that in that sense there's this paradox between John, and I also note about the fly. I thought it was interesting too, and
he does refrain from acting on his urges, which
Yes.
I find interesting. And then after, the sound of the helicopter kind of like masks everything, and then, you know, like the noise of it and the
Well, it's funny because the immediate
Just like
parallel, the immediate parallel with that is that earlier the way that we hear helicopters, they're used in the metaphor of flies in the sound that they make. In that
Exactly,
as you're shifting gears in the helicopters, it moves from a fly to a mosquito and whatnot. And the obvious parallel is a fly is a more invasive, is a sentient being that's in your way and spreads disease and disgust, and he's able to flap it around. But this controlled, mechanized tool that's outside that benefits us, that gets us places faster, that's the thing which seems more infectious.
yeah, it's hard to whisk it away,
Yeah.
like you would a fly.
And there's also something to be said about the fact that, you know, we talk about normalized things, is that they look at a fly and are disgusted by it. But imagine the world in which helicopters are the means of getting around. And it's described like a flying buzzing noise. And it's, imagine this just constant in the air, because they're described as going around everywhere. So we can also only assume that in this world in which, you know, we imagine these chrome glass buildings, that there's constantly this like everywhere all the time, but no one cares, because it's just that's the way that we do things.
Yeah.
And but going back to what you said about John, I think that this is the most important aspect of this, is that John feels ashamed just at the idea that he wanted to unzip her clothes. And I think that what this expresses more than anything, it's a short chapter, but I think the most important thing that this chapter has is this idea of desire is something that humans inevitably have. And that includes John, even though he's never existed in civilization. There still is this innate desire for something, but the desire itself is not wrong. Him desiring Lenina is not wrong. He feels shame for wanting to unzip her clothes, and because we know that that's immoral, because we know that then he is having her, he's possessing her, he's commodifying her, and he's right to feel bad for it. But in the resistance of that urge, it makes him a more virtuous person, because everyone has their burdens, and oftentimes a burden is personified through temptation, through desire. And whether that be, this can be anything. This can be, the most common one is with lust, is with sex, but whether that is your
gluttony or anything.
Your desire is drug use. Your desire is to do nothing all day, to be passive, to be greedy, to want to do something cruel. Yeah. There are these things, and what happens is that in the Brave New World, in the civilization, this burden is seen as something that is innately not immoral. That your desire is something which should be satiated, whereas humanism is something that looks at desire and looks at our flaws and look at our wants and needs and say, do you know what? This is how you see the world, and that's something that you're going to have to carry with you all the time and learn how to control it, learn how to have it possess a part of you, but you don't fall into it.
Yeah, to in a way have command over your shadow.
Exactly,
right? Yeah.
Exactly. But the transhumanist perspective is no.
Asunder.
Yeah, not even just fall into it. It's okay. We will reshift all of the world in order for you to be satiated by your desire, whatever that desire may be. We'll change the rest of the world around you, and that leads into chapter 10, in which John is now, he enters the Brave New World. He enters with Linda. And what happens prior to this is that we go back to the director, who he publicly chastises Bernard in front of everyone. And he's about to excommunicate him to Iceland, because the worst sin that a person can commit is the unorthodoxy of behavior, is the inability to assimilate. And every matter must be looked at dispassionately, because the reason that they want to excommunicate them is because those with the ability to create any kind of instability are a threat to life itself. If stability is the first thing that we see plastered on the building, it's the most important rule that we have in this world. And that is the case when the individual is no more, because why murder someone? What's the point of murder? Murder is an abstract concept. If there is no individual, there's nothing to murder. What you have to do is break that person down and make them suffer. The only way that you can make them suffer is to remove them from the consumerist society.
Yes, yeah.
And rather than healing them, that causes them unimaginable pain.
Yeah, and I find it interesting that one of the first ways that we see this return, because I wrote down something here. I think it's interesting how Aldous Huxley takes the time almost to reintroduce us to the world state as well. Like, you know, he describes a bit more of the decanting room. There's a little things that he describes that he doesn't need to describe again, but he takes the time to do it. And even in the way that as he's speaking about taking him to Iceland and completely isolating him from the rest of society, he does point at the tubes and the rows of microscopes and the incubators, you know, like of this, you're gonna lose all of this. And he says, we can make a new one with the greatest ease, as many as we like. Unorthodoxy threatens more than the life of a mere individual. It strikes a society itself. Yes, a society itself. As he's pointing out to all these embryos and all this life around him in the tubes. I find that interesting. And then he uses the term, this hive of industry. You know, there's this idea, like, we just came from a civilization that is, I mean, the savages are still a civilization. They're a small civilization, and we call them savages by all means in the book. They still have a structure of living, you know. But now, no, this is the hive of industry. Like, I find that interesting. And Bernard, in a way, someone that wanted so much to be like, is so, I mean, it seems that he's so critical of the world state, but we obviously discussed that is because he couldn't assimilate properly. There's a point that he actually enjoys the fact that he's a bit of a rebel, more about, like, you know, like he feels a sense of like pride in being a rebel, but at that point he almost begs as well. There's a point that he almost begs, like, you know, to stay, because he wants to stay in this world. He doesn't want to be isolated. And when Linda comes and they see Linda, it's like they all laugh and they all get horrified of them. And that's something that happens around this point, which I thought it was interesting to note, is that John goes and like kind of drops himself and says, "My father," and it's like this whole commotion about it.
Yeah, Bernard introduces Linda and John to him, and it's an act of vengeance that he's doing, and it's an act of public vengeance that he wants to do, which it seems to be that this is one of the main reasons why he brought John and Linda there. Linda reveals to everyone that Thomas Tomakin is actually the father of John, and after this, he leaves immediately. He resigns immediately, the director. But what happens is that everyone else looks at this story, and the reaction to it is described as scatological. This idea of a family existing, of this woman giving birth. People, it's not even that there's a lack of comprehension to it. It's that it's something so profane that they can't even envision it.
Yeah.
And Linda is also still, she is happy to be back in this brave new world. And John, he professed a desire for a father, and this is immediately wiped away from him. And this is the first thing that he encounters in the world.
I have a question for you, because I thought about this now, and it's like, you know, Thomas, she refers to him as Tomakin.
Yeah.
That's an endearing term that in some way shows a form of connection that is beyond just having someone.
But this is what happened previously, is that when this story was related to Bernard by the director, he was speaking of it, you know, remembering. Again,
like an endearing way,
human connection. We're talking about history as bunk, but history is the moment that just passed. History is also yesterday. So any kind of story that a human has, if history is bunk in this world, then the expectation is to never reflect on anything that ever happened to you. And still, the directors and everyone with it, they still have this notion of somewhat these relationships that they have. Lenina is someone who earlier she's speaking about, having Henry, but also having Bernard. Even though it's a warped vision of having someone, there's still some form of connection there. There is still a fraction of intimacy within there, because there is something about wanting a person that is suggested that even if it's just a marginal bit, there is still something more than just on the complete surface sexual level.
Yeah, even if we try to repress it as much as it will always bubble up and come up again, right? I find it interesting that the director, right after this situation happens, he resigns. Yeah. And I don't know, for me particularly, I think it's interesting because for someone and a place that the idea of shame has been so removed from society, why would he even resign then, you know? But there is still shame. It's just a shame in a different, like in a different gaze, you know?
Well, I think because if we go on to the next chapter now, then we can see how there is a social currency and how a social reshuffling can occur quite quickly.
Quite quickly, yeah.
Chapter 11 starts and we learn that the director resigns. We don't know exactly who takes his place, but what's more important about this is that there is this kind of social reshuffling that starts to emerge in relation to Bernard. So Bernard is the one that was responsible for bringing John to civilization, and John is now this kind of sideshow that people are interested in because he's savage, but he's not completely savage. There is something. If they were to put the caste system within the savages, he would probably be an alpha amongst the savages. But he's still outside. He's still beneath everyone within society here. He's still completely other to everyone. But what that happens, it's like bringing King Kong to New York. In the man that he's now a celebrity. Bernard has all of a sudden, when everyone was looking at him before as this alpha in the corporeal form of a gamma, all of a sudden he's reshuffled around. Of course he's an alpha. He might even be an alpha plus. There is something about this level of competition that seems innate within the society. And we mentioned this in the opening chapter as well. This idea that, we have to comment that the building is only 34 stories. We have to comment that the other hatcheries aren't doing as well as us. Because even though it's a completely science-based society in which, what is it that the term that they use, I think, is a physico-chemical in terms of how they describe the equality of things. Even though it's down to the genetic level of how a person is going to be, there is still a social element in which certain restructurings can occur. And with Bernard, now he's entered this celebrity phase from bringing someone into civilization.
Yeah, and then I find it interesting, the rumors about him disappeared, and nobody talks about the rumors anymore. And if anything, he is also a hit on, like he himself is a hit. Like he just needs to hint at a possibility of invitation and women want him. He now finally assimilated. If anything, beyond assimilation, he's a success in that world. And out of the blue, he is not anymore. He doesn't feel alienated anymore. He doesn't question things anymore. And I find that very interesting to point out about Bernard's character is that I feel like my hunch with him was correct. That indeed he just wants to assimilate in that world, because as soon as he does, he's a breeze to him.
Yeah.
To the point that he brags about his sex life to I keep butchering his name. Sorry, Helmholtz. And then when Helmholtz doesn't necessarily get excited about that, he kind of feels like he's envious of him,
Yeah. Well, because he comes now, we assume a bit of time has passed, and he boasts to Helmholtz about how many women he's had since he's returned with John. And because of the hierarchical shift of this, now he envisions himself as more valuable than Helmholtz. And even though like Helmholtz he shows like a bit less interest in it, the internal world of Bernard expresses that if it would now he would never speak to Helmholtz again.
Yeah.
That there is the caste system in Brave New World is very, very. There is this violence between them in how one would depict that, even though there's no class warfare in the sense that none of them are going to maneuver through the hierarchies, that there is this subtle undercurrent that perhaps within each individual caste that they can be maneuvered, and that perhaps class warfare is something that occurs on a level that deals with the minutiae of the alphas compete with all of the other alphas, because a beta will never become an alpha and vice versa.
Yeah.
But there is something about, perhaps there is a hierarchy within the hierarchy, that they all still kind of have that animal instinct, that nature is still at play within there. But because of this very, very violent, happy culture that they find themselves in, it's just a bit more pernicious. It's less noticeable.
Yeah, I find it interesting as well that it's very clear that Bernard enjoys the celebrity that John gives him, but he's very happy to have Linda out of the way, because Linda is now taking summer holidays constantly to kind of deal with I think she always wanted to go back and do that anyway.
Well, I was going to ask, so what do you think about that? Because Linda now, she's been removed from civilization for so long, but her conditioning never went away. She was still different to the point that she had a maternal instinct with John, but now she's come back to civilization. Now she's taking 20 grams of soma a day, in which everyone's saying that...
it's going to shorten her life.
But then the doctor says, actually, it's going to lengthen her life.
Yes.
Because the perspective is, the normalization is that what life could be more valuable than someone who is in a complete somatic state.
Yeah.
In which the soma trip is continuous.
And if anything, it gives us a little bit more of a glimpse of how the drug is actually used as well. Because it's almost, they talk about the idea of like that she will experience what we used to call eternity. Like, this endless pleasure. And then John begins to understand, and he looks at the doctor and he says, eternity was in our lips and eyes, like again Shakespeare. And then the guy says, and he says nothing. Like, there's still this idea of like, they understand what eternity is, but they don't quite grasp what it is in fact. And Soma, like, I do feel like that Bernard is happy to have her out of the way, completely out of the way, also because he can feed on the intrigue of John, because John is essentially an exotic animal.
Yeah.
And there's the titillating aspect of it, which we can get into it soon.
Yeah.
Because he's titillating to people sexually because he's a savage. And what people want to know about Lenina, I don't know if I'm skipping too much ahead, but they want to know if she had sex with him as well.
Linda. Or Lenina.
No, Lenina, yeah.
Yeah. They want to know that about Lenina, but Linda, on the other hand, she really is a circus freak show. And that's how people seem to want to engage with her, because she's more beast than human to the eyes of the civilized folk. And yeah, it's interesting because we also see that soma is something that, taken in excess, the doctor describes, it will essentially collapse her, all her respiratory functions will cease. And so there is this danger with soma, and that's the first and I think maybe only time that it's actually addressed that medically it could have an impact on us. But it would have to be taken with such excess that no one would ever need that until we see Linda come in. And why would she need that? It's because she's been away from it for so long. She needs a surplus of it now. So it's not a case of, again, I don't want to keep reiterating it, but going back to Huxley's writing of The Island, it's not this case of we can create these things, and when you give them to people, they will be able to moderate themselves. If you give someone the opportunity to reach immediate internal utopia, the moment that that's taken away from them, you've crossed a boundary that can't be undone. And I think we've mentioned this before, not in this conversation, but one of the things about A Brave New World is this idea of progress, of every boundary that you break, it just becomes the new standard. You standardize a certain mode of living. The most obvious way that we can look at it is with the atomic bomb. It's not as though we've gone down a path and we can make a U-turn and turn around. We can't. We've breached beyond a barrier in which we've had knowledge exposed to us that we are incapable of living without. Something as simple as social media, which is just ultimately a superfluous tool that we have in order to engage with each other in a new social paradigm. Even something like that, we can't undo. We're expected that it's now a right for us, that we deserve to live our life like that. And it's the same with Soma, and we see that with Linda, is that it's not that she's detoxed out of it. It's that she's been away from it for so long that it's closer to her than her own child is. Now that she's back to it, she needs to indulge in it more than ever. She needs to catch up on everything that she's lost.
Yeah. And it's interesting because as we see this acceptance back into this world, we slowly see also John reject this world. Linda is back accepting it in Soma, and John is like looking around, and kind of like slowly we get the grasp. We understand that he's also rejecting it. There's a letter that Bernard writes to Mond around this chapter, in which I made a note of it, which I found was interesting, that he says that John is taking the civilized infantility too easy, but he shows surprising little astonishment or even awe of the civilized inventions. So he's not at awe of those things, He's not in awe of any of that. And if anything, he's the only person that questions the fact that Linda is constantly in Soma. Yeah.
I find that there's something about as well with Linda is that the reaction to her as a mother is profane, and but less so than the idea of the director as a father. And I think that because the father is that the biological process is more separate from that point, because ultimately the way that they're viewing it, like, because everyone within the world has sex, but the biological process that they are familiar with is the idea of fertilizing the ovum, and they can look at the male specimen as just a tool in order to enact that. Yes. So when they think of fatherhood, they just think it as kind of like, again, a social reshuffling. Father is just this savage idea that they have possessed, and they kind of get the idea of it, and they can look and say, ha, how foolish. But motherhood is something that is so revolting to them, because it's also not just from the social utility of what a mother is, but also because it's innately tied to the biological process of the gestation period of a child within you and giving birth. The father, and this may be a slight comment on the family dynamic as well, but the father is separate from the biological process in the same, and I might be inferring things, just making the idea, expounding on it a bit far, but even the idea of, the likelihood of fatherhood being a more absent process from the familial structure as well. Whereas the reason that they're so shocked by motherhood is because of the biological process. And it's funny because fatherhood is just a social misunderstanding, but pregnancy to the people there, if we look at it from their perspective, it's a body horror.
Yes, of course, yeah.
The idea of something growing inside of you and then you pushing it out of a birth canal, it's something so disgusting to them. And it's funny because it's not in the synthetic way that literally you and I would perceive body horror. And the way that body horror has been perceived throughout art, particularly modern art, is something that until only a few years ago, body horror and a synthetic mode of being was always so associated with the elite. If you look at a film like Brazil, one of the most iconic images of it is the idea of this elite woman who works for the bureau, and what does she want to do? She wants to stay young forever. And so she's got these things that are literally pulling her skin on her face all the way across, all the way back, so that she can pin it back. So there's not going to be a single wrinkle on her. And if you look at works throughout history, you can look in cinema, you've got things like Eyes Without a Face, or The Face of Another. And these ideas that we used to have of, I can alter my persona and I can alter my personality. I can be exactly the person that I want to be based on just on my own, the own choosing of my self-actualization, compounded with the synthetic tools of science today.
Yeah, I think go on. I think a film that encapsulates this perfectly is Seconds as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, and it's been a critique as well.
Yeah.
Like, and
like we always used to associate the reconstruction of a person with the elite, and now it's as though we've become conditioned that because of that perception, that this ability to reconstruct oneself is a luxury. That it's not a body horror.
Yeah. I also think about the idea of pregnancy, because I totally get it, that for them that would be a body horror, because especially like it transforms your body into such extent, right? And I also think that this transhumanism is now considered a luxury. If you look at Brian Johnson, how much money that he spends also upkeeping that transhumanist ideal, and now we all want to engage into this transhumanist ideal, even if in small doses, like Botox or baby Botox and little things that people get. Like even as young as 18, people are getting those like transformations of their body, and much more things later on. But there's something about also a world of complete scientism, mathematics, numbers, and perfection data that's quite masculine, and something about motherhood and nurturing something, and the arts, and that is completely from our feminine subconscious as well, from our feminine archetype, from the moon of our, not the sun, even in traditional, in tribal cultures, you always have this idea of the moon and the sun being this more logical character, and the moon being from the world of the subconscious, the world that moves the waves, the ocean, and then the ocean of our subconscious. And I think that has to do with that, because this is a world that's stripped completely of any care as well.
Yeah.
Which is also something of the Jungian feminine, right?
I think so that we can move on through the chapter as well. What ends up happening throughout this chapter is that John is essentially taken on a tour of civilization, and he's shown how their world operates in the same way that we were shown it at the beginning. And he's shown around the hatcheries, he's shown how babies are decanted, he's shown how conditioning works. And when this happens, he nearly vomits. He goes outside and he retches. And as he's going outside to retch, we just hear all these helicopters flying over. And he becomes a very, from this point, he's a very isolated figure in this world because there is no one like him. And it's just, things become so oppressive because you realize there is no outlet for anything for him to do, for anything for him to dissent towards, because even the disembodied voice of the narrator is still just declaring the obvious, yes, of course, this is how things are. He's shown a documentary in a class, and it's a documentary about the Savage Reservation, about his people. And as it's showing them a sequence similar to what we saw earlier, which is kind of this ritual aspect, which is invoking Native American teachings as well as Christianity, and everyone in the crowd just bursts out laughing at it because it's laughable that anyone would devote themselves to the past or anything immaterial.
And I find it interesting as well. There's a point that he says, "But why do they laugh?" asks the savage in a. It hurts his feeling, and then they wouldn't understand why not. They are so conditioned to see that everything that is happening in that scene is absurd, right? And even we get the sense as well that a lot of this of John going around is also being relayed by Bernard in the letter that he sends to Mont. And then he talks about the idea that he's not in awe of the civilization inventions. He is, if anything, disgusted of the civilization inventions. And then he keeps focusing on this thing called the soul. And Bernard, and now we really get a sense of real otherness. Because before, with Bernard, we don't really get that real sense of otherness. He just feels unadjusted to civilization because it was slightly small and all that we discussed before. But now we really feel otherness inside that world coming from John. I wrote that down because I do think it's important that now it's not that it's someone that wants to adjust. It's someone that's almost being forced to adjust.
Well, he's being forced. It's not even that they don't think that they're forcing him to adjust. It's that their truth is so ubiquitous that there is no thought process as to why anyone would disagree with it. And we can see that because at the end of the chapter, he actually goes with Lenina to a feelie. And Lenina she's expressed that she is attracted to John. And so in a way, this is essentially a date. But what ends up happening is that John goes to the feelie and he engages in it completely. Lenina goes, and it's this strange, perverse, weird thing that they're watching. And they're both sat there, and the film comes on, and there's lovemaking, and that he has his hand on the metal conductors that are transferring all of the sensorial information to him. And the thing that's interesting, and it relates back to the chapter 9 in which he lusts over Lenina, is that during this moment, the sensorial information that he feels, it is impactful towards him. He does get a sensation. He feels titillated towards it all. And then he moves his hand to his mouth, and then all of a sudden that sensory dissipates for a second, so he puts it back on the thing so he can continue to feel it. And this is what we were saying about advertisement, and this is what we were saying about the sophistication of these things that put people in slave mentality, that make them enjoy this passivity that they find themselves in, is that these aren't inept technologies, and these aren't inept things that people are using on people. If advertising was so ridiculous and so pointless, it wouldn't be as pervasive as it is now, and people wouldn't be so influenced by it. And in Brave New World, it's the same thing. The technologies and the system that's created, it works. It's effective. But what happens is that when they leave the Feely, and Lenina is expressing, oh, what an incredible experience that was, he says how based, not that based, but how debasing it is.
He says it was base, it was ignoble.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she doesn't understand why, because he says it's horrible. And I think it's something to be said about this, because of course it would be something that he would have to struggle with, because it's designed to be something that is Pavlovian, that is appealing to our primal urges, like the happiness that we all want to feel, right? And this Pavlovian behaviorism would, I mean, we discover those things and we can use them for evil. We can use them for this dopamine cycle that we are constantly in.
Chapter 12 serves as kind of a turning point in John's relationship to civilization, because what's supposed to occur at this point is that there's a presentation, this large-scale presentation, which essentially is going to assert Bernard's position as a new figure, whether it's like a scientific venture or almost as like some explorers, though he's brought back to civilization some new knowledge, some amazing spectacle for everyone to look at. And on the day that he's supposed to be presented to the wider public, John doesn't show up. He refuses to show up based on his experience in civilization, understanding how it all works, completely rejecting it. He decides not to show up. And what happens is almost immediately is that Bernard reverts back in the zeitgeist to the status of this quasi-gamma, as though everything they did, it just instantly
disappeared.
He's back to where he was. Now he's different again.
Yeah, now the rumors are back as well.
Yeah.
And one of the things I thought was most interesting was when they tried to take John over his room to go to meet all these people in this event and all that, he says, go to hell, and then he starts speaking Zuni, the savage language again.
Yes.
I find that very interesting, because it's almost that that's the only way that he could adequately express what he was feeling in that moment.
It's also suggestive of this kind of a return to something, because he wants to remove himself so much from the civilization. There's almost a cry back that he would be willing to accept, because if it was a choice between the two, he wouldn't choose this world. He would choose the one where he came from.
Oh, and I do think that in some way, like, because we get the sense right away that Bernard is taken out of his pedestal automatically, right? And this world is a fickle world. It's a world that at any point someone can become an outcast, okay? So, and I find it interesting how this plays in the psychology of Bernard, because I think that he sinks back into his former melancholia again. In a way, he comes a bit drolly. His success has evaporated. So, and then he says, because I'm unhappy again, that's why. You know, like, so his unhappiness is 100% tied to his social condition. Yeah. So I'd rather be unhappy than have the sort of false lying happiness you were having here, is what John says to him. You know, so then again, is I think the first point of contingency between John and Bernard, and the true paradox between those two characters, is because John, at the same time that Bernard gets sad that he's not accepted in the social space, John understands that unhappiness is better than assimilating in a world like the world state.
What ends up happening is that Bernard wants to seek retribution against John for this, and this is an element of the society which because it's not explained, and it's the same way, like right at the beginning where I say, why is it that in a world where everyone is conditioned, and you can condition someone to give up their eggs for the benefit of society, why would you still need to pay them? Why is it in a world where everyone is encouraged to be happy, why would they even need to take soma? And I still think on that adverse level, and we'll see it at the end of the novel, why does this thing keep emerging where it's not free will at play, but there is this, the social dynamics can change in the sense that if they were completely conditioned, there was utter social predestination. Why is it that anyone would even have the need? Why would Bernard have any kind of arising desire to get back at John? Why would these very base human emotions exist at all?
Yeah, and even with that, like, because now the Bernard is not anymore like the star of the situation and the new celebrity, he then goes back to speaking with Helmholtz, which is someone that, and he feels resentful, even, and a bit grateful, but a bit resentful. The Helmholtz just gives him back his friendship, even though Bernard just had ignored him for the longest time. He feels resentful of that he would almost like, there's actually a process of individuality that happened to Helmholtz in a way, because he gives back his friendship. But also, I think it's because Bernard recognizes that was always his place, that he goes back to a lower status, that was always his place. It's almost like Helmholtz knew that was going to happen.
What if in the hatcheries and from the world controllers, what if that the very nature...
Friendship is conditioned.
No, even beyond that. The caste system exists. Alpha, beta, delta, yeah?
Yeah.
That exists. What if it was actually engineered for Bernard to be exactly as he is in terms of an alpha that's perceived to be a bit... What if that was planned? Because the thing is that if this is ultimately a completely predestined society, why do we even have... we would have no characters, yeah? Bernard would only exist in a world that's perfect where everything is planned, in that they needed someone like Bernard to keep these things in check. This is such a sophisticated system that's been set up that Bernard looking like a gamma is not an accident. He is an alpha, but he was specifically designed to be an alpha that people would think he's a gamma.
Yes, I get that. I get that. Almost like a perverse way of keeping some form of stability. There will be a stability reason behind it.
Yeah,
even if it is for people to feel that they're better than him, there will be a reason. Yeah. Maybe that's like 1 in a million they do that. And it happens to be him at this point. Yeah.
It's the idea of like... Not even the director of the hatchery would have understood it. It's the idea of, the puppet master above the puppet master.
Yeah, but I also like the idea that the system is it's not necessarily perfect, and that sometimes you will make a mistake, even if it's very rare, and the mistake leads to this type of like morphism.
See, I'm inclined to believe that the system is perfect.
Okay.
I'm inclined to believe that the Bernard expressing a difference within society is part of the overall engineering of the society. To display something about dissent, to experiment something within it. Because look at that, it's this idea that Bernard still wants to assimilate. There's nothing, he doesn't want to leave.
Yes.
So that suggests that the conditioning is still so ingrained, because even Linda, you remove her completely, you give her a child, and yes, she has all these maternal instincts, but as soon as civilization is that she wants to assimilate, everyone wants to assimilate.
But Bernard still wants to assimilate, and I think that that's his downfall. But I get it, because at the same time, I do think it will make sense that the system... the only way it can function is to be perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Lenina is a character that we'll get more into her at the end, but she is the main female character. She's the one exposed to most things that may instigate a change within her, and she doesn't change at all.
Yeah, at all. She remains completely placid to everything. Yeah, it's true. If anything, in moments that she would almost change, then she, like, she goes back to and remembers something from a Hippopedia, or there are scenes like that, and then she would just repeat a phrase from conditioning. So yeah, maybe. But then what would be the purpose of it? And I don't know, we don't need to delve into it right now, but what would be the main purpose of engineering someone like Bernard?
Well, it would have to be in the same logic that we need epsilons. We need to have something within society that keeps things in balance, that keeps things stable. And sometimes a planned instability is better than one that emerges organically. Because if something were to emerge organically, they wouldn't have control of it.
Yes,
but they know it's going to emerge at some point. So why not implant it within there, and knowing that if people are going to be drawn to perhaps if there is a slight quirk and people are going to be drawn towards it, they'll be drawn towards the person enacting it, in which they ultimately know the predestination of this person. They know how their story is going to end.
Yeah, I'm interested in that. I feel like also now, like, we see Bernard returning to all his base feelings, like melancholy and all that, jealousy again from Helmholtz when he meets John and they take onto each other right away. I think that's I also think it's also like a bit of a realization that if John had been born in society, in the world state, he might have been an alpha plus, which is beyond him. I also think there's a bit of a realization that John it would be better than him in the social status if it had been conditioned. Do you know what I mean? And there's a jealousy because they both take to each other very quickly, and he feels isolated. So it's a horror for him to be isolated at any point. That's what he feels, right?
Well, at the end of this chapter, I find this chapter one of the most difficult to deal with, because it's so frustrating being in this position that John finds himself. So what ends up happening is, like we said, Bernard ends up meeting with Helmholtz, and there's like a minor reconciliation, but begrudgingly by Bernard. Ideally, he would rather just never be able to speak to Helmholtz, but he's hierarchically not in the position where he can make that decision. And we learn that Helmholtz, he's written a poem based off of these meetings that he's had with John, and John's been teaching him about the works of Shakespeare. And Helmholtz, also because he hasn't been exposed to it, he is drawn to the words of Shakespeare. He can't quite fully comprehend why, but he's drawn to it. And so towards the end, there's this scene in which it's Helmholtz, John, and Bernard all in a room, and John feels as though he's found some kindred spirit, because this is the first person that he's met in or out of the reservation that is drawn to Shakespeare, that can recognize the power of it. And Helmholtz, he recognizes the power of it, but he's not quite there yet. He doesn't quite fully grasp it. And something happens in which John is doing a soliloquy, and then Bernard intrudes on it by shouting "orgy porgy," and he completely dismisses the entirety of Shakespeare. He calls it a solidarity service hymn. And when John believes that there's a kindred spirit in Helmholtz, he believes that until Helmholtz bursts out laughing, crying with laughter, when John is reading Romeo and Juliet to him. And Helmholtz recognizes the power of Shakespeare's words when he's able to relate those words to their social utility. Because to him, Shakespeare, the most unfortunate thing about Shakespeare is that he didn't exist today, because what a wonderful propagandist he would have been. The following chapters are essentially the acceleration of John's ultimate rejection of society. We see a culmination of events that occur to him that fill him with such anger that he needs to completely rebel and almost try to destroy civilization. So the first one of those is in chapter 13, and this is the moment in which John and Lenina almost make love. It's invited to a feelie, they reject it, but then they come together. And what happens is that Lenina has this desire for John that we assume in the way that she expresses it that it is deeper than the superficial, hypersexualized version that we see, how we see intimacy expressed through everyone else. From John, we know what it is. We know that it is a deep feeling. And they end up going to a room together. And what happens is that as they become more intimate, something happens within Lenina, which is almost this automatic response to sex, in which John realizes almost instantly that what she's doing is so mechanical, that is so removed from intimacy, that the only thing that's occurring there is that she is to be with John because of that immediate sexual pleasure that she's going to receive. It's just for that moment, as long as it lasts, because she whispers in his ear one of the songs that we hear throughout, which is played during one of the Feelies, and it's played in the music halls, of this idea of hug me till I'm sleepy and things like that. And it's just all about Soma and the relation of Soma to sex, and she repeats it in his ear. So even at that moment of complete intimacy, where it should just be those two in the world and everything else shut out, as she's so intimate to him to the point that she's literally right by his ear, she's still just this parrot, just this mouthpiece for the brave new world. She's just a product of that. And the way that ultimately she then thus sees him is as this receptacle, as this product. But he's not of the civilization, but she sees him as a product for her instantaneous pleasure. She cannot see who John is. She can't see who the human is.
I have a guess about this particularly, and I think it's also because she talks to Fanny, her friend, and then she mentions that she cannot think of any other guy but John doesn't want her. So Fanny suggests to her, so then go and do it. Just take Soma and go and try to get with him. And Henry even suggests for Lenina a violent passion surrogate, which I find a very interesting, the VPS thing that they talk about, I find that a very interesting thing, but that will come more in play towards the end of the story. But while she tries to seduce him, I think, honestly, I'm not sure if her obsession is as much because he is the only man that doesn't want to have her. Yeah? Like in her eyes, because he rejects her. Because she couldn't even bear the fact that he would just want to postpone pleasure for love. Yeah? She thinks that that's a rejection. Yeah? And the second thing I think is that a lot of her desire might be coming actually from the Feely and the idea of proxy, the idea of connecting him to the man in the Feelies, to the man from the helicopter movie that she saw, in which he's taking the woman, and like this is exotic, almost like titillating, you know? This is almost like this is going to be a wild ride. More than just like who he is.
Yeah, because there is also, I mean, in relation to Soma, we haven't mentioned it as much, but how pervasive Soma is throughout the world, because there are instances in which we've seen a bit more of the world of how people might spend their day-to-day activities, and all the time it's just in these distractions, or they're at these places where they go to like see a wrestling competition, but they're serving Soma ice cream. There's always like Soma milkshakes. There's hormone chewing gum. And it's all these passive things in which the means of which you ingest these things that you don't even have to think about. And one of the good parallels, or one of the insightful things that Huxley had, was this idea that entertainment and distraction would be a synthetic form of living which we need to escape to, because this synthetic form, because this unnatural form is perceived by us as a more perfect form, as a better form. And the obvious relation that you can have with the Feelies is this idea of modern day pornography, of this idea that something that is so synthetic, something that is so manufactured, is something that many people look at and say, oh, this is the ideal version. If only life could always be like this. And it's why, even in a world where we have absolute pleasure all the time, in which people are conditioned from birth to be happy in whatever circumstance they happen to find themselves in, because they're always going to fall on their feet, they're always going to land in the right place, we still, with all of this commodity, with everything catered to us, we still need Soma. We still need to escape. And I don't know what exactly that is, but if this is like a fatalistic viewpoint from Huxley, that human nature can never be satiated, that we will never be satisfied, we will always want more. And if you give us any form of convenience, if you give us any form of shortcut, the majority of us will take it. And if you normalize it enough, all of us will take it. And there is that aspect from Lenina. If that is the case, if the feelies really are that, then why wouldn't it be the aspect that you can reach a point, even in the Brave New World, that this ease, this inconsequential sex that's so pervasive, that's everywhere, even that's not enough. You still have to be caught in the synthetic version of the feelies, which is the better version.
Yeah, and I think that there's a mirror to that situation with John, and I find it interesting that she takes him to see that particular film as well, because they know what was going to be in the film, even by the title of the film. And as John is proclaiming to her all these ideals of like growing old together, she completely rejects this idea. You know, she even mentions again that nobody belongs to anyone. Like, everyone belongs to everybody. Like, what are you on about? And I think that she just sees John as another titillating experience, something like something to take beyond pleasure, something new. Like they see like the escalator squash is always something new, bright, and adding to it, this is just a new thing. And there's a point that she's talking to Fanny, that she feels she's getting all these men in false pretenses, because she also experienced a little bit of celebrity, not just Bernard. More men were interested in her. She was already a successful woman in that regard of sexuality, but she becomes even more successful with that. And she feels like she's having those men in false pretenses because a lot of them want to know from her how it feels to have sex with a savage, and she was never able to tell them that. And in a way, I think she also wants to have John, also to have ownership of that experience to relate to other lovers.
Well, put it this way, if going back to Bernard, we were expressing this idea of Bernard has ulterior motives, and if what I think is correct, that Bernard being this kind of social outcast, but a planned social outcast. Okay, what's the path that Bernard takes? It's that he rejects society only insofar until he can be assimilated to it, and then once he's not assimilated, he rejects it again, and then all of those things return. So ultimately, what Bernard is doing, the largest outlier that we can see in this world, still wants to return to the apex of his hierarchy. He still wants to assimilate. Yeah, he still wants that celebrity, and that's the reasoning of why he brings John back. So then Lenina, who is perhaps even more assimilated in the society, who is less of an outlier, surely her perspective is going to be less extreme than Bernard's. So doesn't it make sense then? Her motives behind wanting to be with John, of course, are going to be very similar. She wants to be with him because she understands the social utility of having sex with John, because then she returns back to civilization, and again, she's elevated herself because now everyone's going to be interested to her. It's this reason of like, is it ultimate? Everything that everyone does is predestined.
And I think it's even further, actually. I agree with that. But I think it's also the fact that we're inferring so much humanity into her.
Yeah.
But in reality, every time that Huxley showed her the opportunity to be more humane, to acquire some level of humanity, she falls back to the conditioned phrases. She falls back to the memory of hypnopedia, to the point that when John is talking about eternal love and I would do anything for you, I'll sweep the floor if you want, she says, but we got vacuum cleaners here. You don't need to sweep the floor. Is it necessary? Of course. And he says, of course it's not necessary, but some kind of baseness are nobly undergone. I like to undergo something nobly for you, don't you see? And she says, but if there are vacuum cleaners, like she doesn't
It becomes
understand.
such a mechanized thing, doesn't it?
Yeah. And then he says, that's not the point. Like, and he says, how much I love you. And she doesn't quite grasp it. For her, it's like, why would you even do anything for me? Like, I think we are looking at Lenina still with a bit more humanized humanistic eyes than she actually looking at herself. You know.
But don't you find that bit interesting? In which they go through that conversation, and then she's saying, but we have vacuum cleaners here, and then what John has to do is that he has to speak to. The only way that he can relate it to her is to speak on this utterly pragmatic level. He's like that. He starts saying, no, because I've got passion. And it's like, no, but even like it's not that, you know, that there's dust on the floor or anything. He starts to speak in so much of a mechanical level that the closest that she even doesn't understand it, but she starts to break down the logic of it. She starts to understand it more, but the only time she understands John is when he removes the human aspect of him.
And also, John starts speaking in quotes. She's speaking in quotes too. It just happened that his quotes are Shakespeare. His quotes are better. Well, but they're a completely different world of the high art and the base world of conditioning, but he's still speaking in quotes. He still doesn't have complete ownership and individuation to speak with his own voice either.
But here's where I think that it differs, is because...
Of course it differs, yeah, but...
I think it's a notable comparison that Huxley has, is because, that is a good... They are both speaking in quotes, but I think they're both doing it for the same reason. I think that what ends up happening is that, you know, the sexual advances come, and then he hits her, and then he starts quoting King Lear about the rejection of all women and whatnot. But he's using those quotes because that's what he's falling back on, because that is what gives him comfort. There is something about the work of Shakespeare that is still for him, quoting King Lear. It's not just that that's the means in which he's able to chastise Lenina, which is one of the things that he's doing. But more than that, I think that it's a cathartic experience for him, because it's just like in the same way that he's closing his mind, and then he keeps saying, "Oh, brave new world." But the context of "Oh, Brave New World" has changed.
It changes.
Yeah, that he's looking at it as this "Oh, Brave New World" and the people that are in it in a new light now. But I do think that he's quoting Shakespeare in the same way that Lenina quotes the axioms and the idioms from before, because when does she quote them? She always quotes them whenever someone offers even the glimpse of a suggestion that something might be different. You know, when she's in with Henry in the helicopter, and it's like all this. And then she looks, and it's like, oh, epsilon's a da-da-da-da, and then she quotes it. It's just that, oh, do you know what? Let's not go in that lane. Let's come back here where it's safe. I think he thinks the same with Shakespeare.
When the world is... The other world, whether it's that world state of the savage world, is in collapse...
It starts to impose on you.
Exactly. Like, then I would quote Shakespeare, and you would quote your conditioning, by all means. And I find it interesting that when she's embracing him, I wrote that down because... especially because you mentioned earlier about the idea of feelings and pornography and all that. I found it was very interesting when he desires her and he loves her so much. But the moment she embraces him, Huxley describes this as so, coming from his mouth as so deliciously soft, so warm and electric that inevitably he found himself thinking of the embraces in the 3 weeks in a helicopter, which is the feelies. So even John is not exempt of the power, the pornographic power of the feeling, to the point that when he actually has the real thing which he desires, which is the woman that he wants, his mind electrically and inevitably goes to the pornographic image, which is the feeling. I think that's very important.
Because
and then he rejects her with the King Lear shit. Yeah.
But that's what we're saying, is because that's the whole point of this world. It's not that this world is inept. It's not that any kind of totalitarian dictatorship is going to just force you and you're going to accept it and they'll give you shit. That's not people that listen to this. That's not, whenever you find yourself dissatisfied with the world, most of the time, especially if you're in a developed country, that's not how you're going to feel the oppressive nature of the powers that be on you. That you're going to feel this existential ennui from being catered to all of the time, because these things are sophisticated and these things are powerful and they advance day by day. I think that what's interesting is that this is the last time that we hear of Lenina. We see her once more in the novel, and then from here to the end, she essentially disappears until a brief re-emergence right at the end. And I find that interesting about the structure of the novel, because Lenina is so ingrained in it, and it's such an expectation that she would have some kind of character arc, and she has none.
Yeah, but she
doesn't develop at all.
Exactly, because I think she's the example of the most conditioned person we have in the novel, even beyond someone like Linda.
Well, I think that the only people that we follow are the only outliers, which are Bernard and Helmholtz, and even that, they don't escape the Brave New World. I think that it's not even just that Lenina is the most conditioned, I think that Lenina is just the standard of society. So we move on from this moment, and John finds out he needs to go to the hospital because his mother Linda is in hospital, and he goes in there and he mentions that it's his mother, and the hospital workers are already, they don't even like the word mother. They reject it. And the hospital is a different place to how we typically imagine a hospital. But what happens is that he sees his mother, and again, she's like in and out of coma. That's all she's been on, and that's killing her essentially. She's moments away from dying, and the way that she's introduced is very, very uncomfortable. Is that she's sat and she's just watching the television, and the way that throughout it is described, the activities that people are the audience of, the things that people watch, is always the most pointless, inane distraction that no one would ever care about. And it's always got these silly names, but like, for instance, Linda's in hospital and she's watching the semi-final of some pointless tennis tournament.
And it's not even the final, it's the semi-final as well. Everything is very pointless.
We see it all the time. It's that like, there's one like a semi-demi-final that someone mentions, and it's just that, I mean, you can also only assume that all of the athletes in this are conditioned a certain way also, that they're not they're not exempt from this world. And then you wonder, God, what's the point of anyone engaging with anything? It's all so meaningless. And yet, even on her deathbed, she is addicted to consumption.
Yeah, and I find it interesting because for me, I think that Linda dying, like this moment of her death, I think subconscious for me, there's a relation between her death, the death of this world, this old brave new world, for him as well, because she is the major link between John and this world, is Linda, is his mom. Yeah. This unrealized desire for an idealized version of Lenina. Yeah. Which is also Da. And him giving up completely assimilated to this world, because now his mom, the link that he had, is completely gone. And there's also, obviously, that's the link between the mother and the whore, considering that he just called Lenina a whore. They share the same, the L letter anyway. But I think there's also that, like this dichotomy of the process of individuation that John is undergoing. And he sees his mother, which is obscene for people to be, for him to even call her mother, but he sees her looking up vaguely to this semi-final of this sport, incomprehensibly smiling, with her pale, bloated face, wearing an expression of imbecile happiness.
Yeah, that's the uncomfortable aspect, isn't it? On someone's deathbed, and it's very uncomfortable because oftentimes, like when you do go into hospitals,
TVs are on, blasting.
TVs are always on. It's just a distraction from the solemnity that's supposed to occur with death, that you can have a death with dignity, is that in your dying moment, you die a consumer, even to the point that the last phrase that she says that she doesn't finish is "everyone belongs to everyone else." And that's the last utterance that she has before she dies. And it is similar to 1984 in that not only are you going to be exterminated by by those that are oppressing you, but the moment before you die, the moment before we decide when you die, you will worship us, you will love us, you will think everything that we want you to think, and then once we've completed it, then we will get rid of you.
And we're going to make you into fertilizer, by the way, don't forget that. We're going to use your body again to feed the machine. Yeah. That for me is absurd. And then again, it's about the solemnity of death. I want to make a point here. It's in the idea of memento mori, like death being inevitable, which is also a tenet of the Christian faith. But even in that process, which is the ultimate materiality of life, the culmination of your death, your passing, then you need to be distracted from that materiality, either with soma or with entertainment, which is in the case of what she's watching on TV. But then again, John, she dies, she's dying. And John has memories of Linda. And I have a notation that I think you'll be interested in. I think it's interesting that John is ascribing these memories of her as something special, mysterious, almost individual. when everything that she was teaching him, everything that she was saying, the music that she would sing to him, which he saw as an individual expression of his mother, were in fact remnants of her conditioning from the world state.
Yeah. I can only assume that perhaps this is an exaltation of the family dynamic, because this is the only family dynamic that exists in the novel. And so, because the thing that does separate Linda from everything is that she is still a mother.
Yeah, but in the deathbed, she mistakes John for Popeye.
I know she does.
And
but that's why John he seeks to destroy the civilization, because if she was still in the reservation, he still would have been the mother. She still would have been the mother.
I understand that.
If she were to die she wouldn't have confused him for Popeye. She wouldn't be in this somatic daydream. She still would have been the mother. She still would have been conditioned and whatnot, but at the very least, she still was to him a mother. She imparted the knowledge on him that she had, because that's all she had. But she still, more than anyone else in civilization, she still had the sentimentality, the maternal instinct to try to teach him how to read, to teach him about the utopia that she used to live in, about the world that's out there. That is still what the people in the reservation doing. That's still what human beings do. It's just that she was conditioned to think a certain way that she couldn't escape from. But the fact that she still had that empathy to her child, that she wanted him to have that, no one else in civilization does that.
She did saw it though. She does talk about Tula Nina at the point when she talks about her motherhood experience with John, when back a couple of chapters ago. She does talk it as something that made her a beast, made her a savage, and she says it in a way that is distasteful to her, that she was put in that position. And in the end, the last thing that John says to Linda when she's dying is, "Don't you know me, Linda? Don't you know me, my individual self, your son, your boy," kind of thing. And then she says, well, you said before, everybody belongs to you, and she kind of drifts off. So in a way, I think that if she did new motherhood and individual, anything that we were talking about before, at that point she rejects it and she renounces it in favor of Soma, in favor of the world state anyway. You know what I mean? In her deathbed, kind of like a lot of people would. A lot of people will confess their sins and embrace Jesus in the deathbed, right? To escape hell and condemnation. She, in a way, as you said, she looks up and she, in a way, there's a subversion of that with like the world state being.
So do you think that because of that, because it's on her deathbed, because that's the position that she's in, do you think that that is her true self?
Yes.
See, now
maybe, I don't know.
I'm likelier to think that it's the other way. I think that she is the mother. I think that the conditioning is just so strong.
Yes.
And because it's against everyone's will. No one chooses this. They have it imposed upon them. I think that it's just so powerful, so sophisticated that in the novel, it's an indictment of the forms of social conditioning that we have.
Well, and we just see right after she dies, I mean, we see another form of social conditioning, which is the death conditioning.
Yes.
And if anything, John screaming, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, my mother," one of the nurses basically says, "You bothering all the kids," from their wholesome death conditioning.
Yeah, because what happens with the death... So it's a bunch of Bokanovskified twins. So it's like 8 children that walk in that all look exactly the same. And they're being death conditioned because they have to learn what death is. But it's going a bit awry because John is the only person in all of civilization that would ever feel any kind of emotional reaction to death. Death is just something that people are supposed to see. And then you see yourself turn into fertilizer to keep the machine running. That's what's supposed to happen. You're not supposed to feel anything, to the point that when she dies, this is such a perverse image. This is so awful that when she dies, they give the children chocolate eclairs. And I hate this because... It's not just like they gave them a treat. They gave them chocolate eclairs, which honestly, even just the act of eating that, it's just pure mouth pleasure because it's filled with goo and cream. And it's just mush in your mouth. And then you've just got this image of this child. He's got like chocolate on his face and he's just getting all this constant mouth pleasure, this oral fixation. And then he points at the corpse of his mother with the chocolate eclair in his hand and like, is she dead? And it's just this awful infantile perspective, which is pressed for every human being to have, that pointing with the food, just even in death, you're consuming, watching TV, eating slop all the time. And then what fascinates me about this chapter is that the children are the one that are described as maggots. And so it's not that death in itself is the aspect, what's the term? The
Rotten?
No. I was trying to think of the religious comparison of the stages. It's escaped me. But one of the stages of life, the sacraments. It's not that death is a sacrament of life that we're supposed to reject because we innately reject it. It's that something comes in and infects death. And that's what makes it more of a profane thing. And it's the children, the maggots that come in. They are the one that are poisoning this room. And they are pointing and they don't care, and they're encouraged to do so. But what happens is that after they point with the eclair, they point his mother with the food, and then John pushes one, and just out of complete, he has now reached the point where he has reached the zenith in which this world now needs to be destroyed. He rejects this world completely. His mother's died. This world offers him nothing. But when he pushes the child, only then do we hear the child? It's described, the child cries. Not only does it cry, the child howls. Think of that, this idea of pure id, this beastly thing that points at the corpse of a dead mother in front of her son with a chocolate eclair, with his mouth full of food speaking in front of him, and then no consideration for the internal world of John. Only is it that when he's pushed and he hits the floor and then he feels immediate pain which will pass, he screams and he howls. It's an awful perspective. And it's just something that's so true to this world, that everything that I feel at this moment, that's all that matters. Nothing else outside of me.
So after this grotesque scene, John then encounters two Bokanovsky groups of Delta picking up the Soma ratios. And I think it's interesting because they're picking up the Soma ratios after the shift. So it's almost like alluded that Soma is not free for all for the lower castes in here, that they have to go in line and pick up the Soma. It's not like everyone that can just have it in chocolate and anything that they want, you know? They have a ratio. And he even says that they have more in the weekend. But then we see John trying to get them to rebel by using the phrase again, "Oh, brave new world," but in a completely different context. And I love that because in the beginning, when he says that in chapter 11, just before coming to civilization, and I hate saying the word civilization for this world's sake, but just before he says, "Is a hopeful way, oh, brave new world." And now it's not. It echoes in his head. He cries out for them to stop taking the Soma ratios, to rebel this old brave new world, right? All people of this old brave new world. And it's funny because when they try to get him to stop, they call him Mr. Savage. And I find it very interesting because the Mr. is an attempt to civilize, to constrain, to make it more manageable, to domesticize the savage.
Well, I like throughout the novel because Huxley, as we've said, his perspective is of a narrator that has been conditioned by this world also. And so he speaks truisms. He just speaks things that are obvious within this world.
Yeah.
And we don't mention the fact that, it's not questioned that people are just referring to him as a savage. It's similar. We do it in, there's a lot of descriptions in Blood Meridian in our last one, in which the language that's used for certain people, in which like they speak of the idiot, and because it just becomes imbued with the perspective of the world. And it's the same in this, and he does it throughout the book, in which epsilons, they're called semi-morons, and it's not questioned. The savage is called the savage. And there is just this, it just solidifies this lack of dissent that can occur, and that there is no room for any kind of alternative mode of thinking. And what I find interesting about this chapter, in which like John instigates a small scale rebellion, but think about it, in this society, in this civilized society, in which the whole basis of it is that we're attempting to make people be free. We're attempting to give people the absolute freedom to do whatever they want, whenever they want. It's quite close to an egalitarian society. John, even after the death of his mother, he still wants not only to end this world, but he wants people to be free. He's still thinking outside of himself. He's still more, even as a savage, even not in civilized society, he is still more egalitarian than a society entirely built around it.
Yeah, because I mean, it is a fallacy, and I think just the fact that you see that they are in line for the soma, as I mentioned, it shows how much of a fallacy there is. That everyone's complacent and happy in their own little bubble, but they are like, they don't know what is beyond. Like they are conditioned to not even know or question the possibilities beyond their caste.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he says, "But do you like being slaves?" Like, and his face was flushed, his eyes bright with ardor and indignation. "Do you like being babies?" I think it's beyond being slaves. Because what is a baby? I mean, as you said, pure id. Completely. I mean, a baby is dependent of the mother. Now, the people are dependent on the world stay. Even though they think that they're happy, they're completely dependent and suckling on the tit of the world stay, right? And they are babies because it's all little base, as you said, aura fixation, all those little base things that we haven't grown past, this id desire. And he says, mewling and puking. Like, I find that particularly even more interesting than the imagery of slavery, this image of a society of babies.
Yeah. Because that's what's going to allow people to stay in a form of enslavement.
Comfort.
Yeah. And an eternal adolescence, an eternal childhood is going to keep people complacent, it's going to keep them passive, and that just allows them to be more malleable. Because when you are in that state, you have to rely on someone to take care of you.
And what happens at that point? He says that he insults them. He had enough, and then the insults bounce off their carapace of fixed stupidity. It's so incomprehensible. Like, they don't even get it that they're acting like babies.
That's the worst part of John's situation, is that there is no outlet. There's no receptacle for any of this dissent to fall upon.
Yeah.
It goes on deaf ears. It's impossible for his point to get across. It's impossible for anyone to even empathize with a fraction of what he's trying to say.
And as soon as John throws the soma ratios out of the window, they all get furious and they rush towards him. So it's like, don't take away my candy type of thing, right?
But it's also this idea because he wants people to be free.
Yeah, he does.
And he does everything in his power that he possibly can. But there is also this idea that freedom, freedom can only come from within. It can only become a personal freedom. Freedom is not something that you can pick up and bestow on people. As much as you try, you can inhibit people, but I'm not entirely certain, especially from the lens of this novel, that freedom is something that you can give someone. Because again, Linda was completely removed from it. But because, I mean, whether it's just a state of the conditioning, and we are ultimately creatures that are 100% dictated by our surroundings, Linda was still trapped in civilization, even when she was physically removed from it.
Yeah. And I mean, at this point, I think you see a little bit of that being relayed as well, because Helmholtz, they see John being dragged by the Deltas and all that, and they come into his defense. Bernard hesitates.
Yeah, he
doesn't necessarily want to be involved in the situation. A bit of cowardice, I think, as well from him, because he knows he's smaller. I think he's a coward in general, anyway.
Yeah.
And but he feels shame at his indecision if he should go and help or not, right? Mm-hmm. Because he can see that they can be killed, but he doesn't care enough, and he's afraid of losing also his social standing. I think at that point there's so much of going on in his head.
Helmholtz helps him, and at the very least, it's the only point of
redemption,
genuine hope that may exist in the novel is the fact that Helmholtz does go to help him. Mm-hmm. He doesn't quite understand his perspective, but there is something within him. Bernard kind of. It seems as though he has to do it by default, essentially, because the police come in. And it's interesting because we haven't seen the police force in this world. And clearly the world needs a police force. So there are some crimes being committed that people have to be either arrested for. But the police force come in, and the way that they do it is that they pacify people, but they literally pacify them again with vapor of soma. Soma is just this all-inducing thing in which its purpose is to remove you from reality, is to pacify you. And pacification is something which occurs in every single aspect of your being. And when you're in a pacified state, it's the best state that you can be in.
And it's interesting because they're getting pacified with this anesthetic soma and this aroma that is in the air. Like, and at the same time, you hear like in the speakers, like a voice, right? My friends, what is the meaning of this? Why aren't you all being happy and good together? Happy and good, at peace, at peace. I do not see why you don't want to be good. Please be good. Goodbye, my dearest friends. Ford keep you. And I thought, the only image I had in my head was something out of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Like all of the, something out of a mental institution of like something on the speakers and everyone kind of acting like complete anesthesia, like, you know, out of their head in the summer haze. And then the deltas are crying, they kiss each other, they apologize. It's almost a melodramatic scene in a way. And of course, we are taken now to, I think, like one of my favorite chapters, which is chapter 16, in which we get dragged out of this chaos to Mon's office.
And here we reach the climax of the novel, in which for the first time we see the perspective of Mustafa Mond, who is the world controller, as he directly addresses our protagonist, and any kind of veneer that may have been in front of civilized society is washed away, and we are confronted with the direct purpose and philosophy and values of those that are controlling this world.
One of the first things we see as soon as we is Bernard, Helmholtz, and John. They are in Mon's office. And one of the first things they see in the controller study is the book My Life and Works by R. Ford. Yeah. And John is not impressed by it. He picks up the book and he looks a little bit at it, and it's rubbish to him, right? And then he starts talking to, Mustafa addresses John directly and says, "So you don't much like civilization, Mr. Savage?" I find that very interesting because John could lie. At that point, they are outcast completely. So he goes and says no. And Bernard looks horrified. And I think it's a bit of theater. I think he wants to show to Mustafa Mond that he's horrified.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, what would the controller think? He says, right? And John is adrift, he's thinking, and then he says, well, some things I do like the constant sound of music. And then he starts quoting The Tempest. And then Mon gets it. He knows Shakespeare. And what? What do you mean you know Shakespeare?
And this is the big realization, because early on, there's rumors that, you know, the works of the old world are locked away in a safe in the controller's office, in the world controller's office. And we don't know whether this is true or not. But not only do we find out that it's true, is the world controller is completely transparent about this. He doesn't hide the fact that he keeps it. In fact, the way that he describes it is that it's Shakespeare in the safe and Ford on the shelf. He believes that the nature of this world is to keep those things actively away from people, because people cannot stand beauty. It's not good for them.
If anything, beauty is dangerous for stability because it causes emotion, right? And a society, he says, society based on consumerism needs citizens who want new things. So there's no use for anything old. So great things like beautiful things, literature, they tend to last. They tend to overlast their time, right? And this is a society that we have to remember, again to the beginning, history is bunk. What are the things that outlast throughout history? The arts. And this is a world without any high art. This is a world of pure propaganda, of feeling, of pornographic images, of little things that you touch and you feel sensorial motivations. This is not a world of deep emotions. And it's by design, because those things carry an intrinsic value that takes you away from the value of consumerism, even in our society, in the way we see the world. Like, I think the main reason, the chief reason why we do what we do, like this, for example, is because we believe, you and I, that art transcends everything, and that art can take people from complacency.
Well, I think the main thing, like just speaking about us briefly, is that one of the tenets of what we do is this cornerstone of humanism. And it's why, like, the transhuman perspective, the novel professors, and it's something that I think is more and more normalized in society. It's something that, in order for it to exist, it has to be beyond humanism. And I'm willing to have discussions about this. However, it comes at the detriment of the human condition. And I still think it's why, everyone was fine to recognize the idea that, it may not be in the benefit for a human being to have such low self-esteem that they're willing to morph themselves and purchase a new version of themselves. Because that doesn't heal the soul. It doesn't heal the person that you are. And it comes with this idea, again, of burden. There is nothing wrong with the desire of wanting to be young, of wanting to be something that you're not. That thought process is not where sin is. That's not a sinful thing to do. But what the burden is acting on that. And in the attempt to remove that burden, you fracture a piece of your soul. You lose a piece of yourself, the individual that you are. And the individual that you are is someone that possesses that burden. And there is nothing wrong with that. That makes you that individual. Having that burden, that thing that you struggle with, is also the thing which completes you.
Yeah, and happiness, in a way, as a shared goal, I think it's something quite impossible. Only if you remove complete self-actualization, and then you can have a society in which everyone's happy. And I find it interesting because obviously John is questioning Mustafa Mond, asking why remove even the beautiful things? Why remove Shakespeare? Like, why not? Like, if you like Othello, like, if you can get this quote, if you understand this quote, why not let people read it? Because obviously he means by that Mustafa understands the intrinsic value of Shakespeare, meaning that he understands then the intrinsic value of the past, right? And even I think it's not by mistake that Huxley chooses Othello specifically here, because Othello is the main character of Othello is a black man, and the main character of the last Philly that we learn about in the helicopter Philly is also a black man, right? And it's also like how the same thing can be twisted in different ways. And then he asks why, and then Mustafa says to the savage, to John, is because they wouldn't even get it. Like, it's not even that they don't have the tools to understand, because the tools of feeling things deeply have been removed. So even if they were to read Shakespeare, they would not understand. They would not be awakened to the what Harold Bloom would say, the humanity within, right? That comes from Shakespeare. And then infantile gratification of your appetites then becomes the all and be all of the society, which is way more important than feelings of passion that can then arouse instability.
Yeah.
Right?
And that he also says as well, because he mentions to him during that chapter, he says, then why not make something new like Othello? And he says the same thing, like that people wouldn't get it. They're not equipped to be able to get it anymore. So even the new thing, and it's because he goes and speaks about religion after all of this, but it's this idea that the main reason that we don't need it is because God is old, and God doesn't change, but man does, and this is the crux of the Brave New World, is that, and it's also the perspective that we have to understand that people do have, and I'm sure that there's people that are going to listen to this that also have that perspective of, because man changes, he supersedes everything. He can ascend above and beyond nature. He can ascend above and beyond his ancestors. He can ascend above and beyond religion and everything that came before him. The only thing that matters is now. And when we're in the future and there is a new now, then this moment will become completely irrelevant. None of this matters, because think of how much we've progressed beyond it. Think of how much more we will know, how irrelevant all of these things will be. And what ends up happening is, because man is something that can change, I don't want to steal your quote away from you.
Oh, which one? Go on, go for it.
No, the final thing about what's it, providence.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a way I have more about that, particularly the idea of providence towards the end. But what I wanted to say is like this idea of happiness. I mean, I think one of the things that this chapter 16 and 17, those two chapters are my favorite chapters of the book, because I think that all the things that we were inferring about the novel so far become concrete and obvious and is a slap in the face, right? And I like that because I love when two different perspectives in a novel come together, like in something like, I know, the Atlas Shrugged, when you see that all the time, or even when you see that in Tolstoy as well, when you see that like two different worlds colliding and then this debate of philosophical questioning. I love that. But in here, John tries to get more out of Mustafa, and he's being honest. Mustafa is open book.
Yes,
he's an open book, but his answers are so vapid to me. Like when John asks, like he says, like, but then if people are not allowed to feel things deeply, then it means that this type of happiness is very superficial, which creates monstrous, repulsive human beings, basically, right? And then, so why not create a society of only alphas? And then the self-awareness of Mustafa to say, because of course, like if we were to just bottle alpha and double plus alphas, we would have an unhappy, unstable society. We need epsilons. We need all the caste system to be exactly in its place. We need the semi-morons, because otherwise the alphas will go mad working the job of the semi-morons, and this is so scary to me.
But this is why I would never describe Mustafa Mond's answers as vapid. I think that because when you take his logic for what it is, I think this is actually a strength towards the novel, in the sense that John wants something more from him,
but he's unable to give.
Not even that he's unable to give. It's a sense of I'm giving you the answer. You just can't see it yet. Your perspective is one that is trapped. Like, think about it. Mustafa Mond says this. Okay, so I have a world, right? I've created a world where every single person is happy and catered for. I've created a world in which there will never be a religious war ever again. There will be no strife. There will be no poverty. No one will have to worry about what comes tomorrow. You want a world in which cancer exists. You want a world where there are child soldiers. You want a world where people are going to die prematurely. You want murder. You want rape. You want civilizations to collapse. There is a logic in what he says. The fact of the matter is that we don't agree with it. But I think that, because if we want to really grasp the full perspective of the novel, there's a reason why Mustafa Mond is so transparent about it. He comes across and it's like everything that you assume someone would believe of this world, he comes forward and says, of course I do. Of course that's correct. There's no reason to hide it. In the same way, like the axioms that people say, Pavlovian conditioning. We have Pavlovian conditioning centers.
Why not use it?
Because that's what the people need. They need that. So we don't have all of these terrible things that humanity has, that nature puts upon us, that allow us to live our life where we may struggle not knowing what the next day brings, not knowing if we may die the next moment from some incurable disease, or we experience heartache and our relationships collapse. There are people in the world right now, again, even listening to this, that want that world. People don't see the point of we have the means to eradicate things. And then it brings it again back to those original questions of eugenics. If you can wipe out the things like Down syndrome and autism, why would you not do it? But then what does that say about the value of human life? Do we say that these are epsilon semi-morons?
I know.
It's... The fact of the matter is that when you do look at things with scientism, it does wipe that away. And yes, in a pure survivalist level, we would look at disease and we would look at, we are the only animal that we know of that protect our weak offspring. Every other animal disposes of them, leaves them to die. Some even eat them and feed them to their young. I am a firm believer in this animal instinct that we should never let go. But again, the thing about Brave New World is that it commits to its own warped form of logic in the same way that it's neither left nor right. It's Fordism of the worst kind and Marxism of the worst kind, both together. But you can craft a logic wherein that works, because it clearly works. In fact, it works perfectly in this world. And I'm a firm believer that this animal instinct that we have of this drive in nature, of this borderline primitivism, is not something that human beings should let go of. I still think that we need to structure ourselves in a way that this is important to us. At the same time, I do recognize that we are very ascendant beings within nature. We're not separate from it at all, though, in that we need to move forward within that structure. Whereas what we have here are human beings that are ascendant, but outside of nature. We are not a part of it. We are something that the universe, that science created, that the God of science created, in order for us to break out of nature's shell. And this is the strength of the work, of the opposition of the work, of, in order to fight against that, then you also need to argue for the point of pain. You need to argue for the point of myth, for immateriality, for things that you can't prove. You need to argue for death and sorrow and sadness and all of the worst traits. However, what we've done here, you and I, repeating what I said again, humanism is a crux of what we do. I don't believe in complete democratization of things, because I still think that we should have canons of things. I think that we should structure. I think that we should pick the best of things. But humanism as a trait is because, although I don't believe in democratization, I know that what we do is for the benefit of other people, even if it's opening people up to new insights, if it's giving people an opportunity to have conversations about things that they haven't had, whether it's about Brave New World, Blood Meridian, or any of the other things that we have made or will make. We do it for some other greatness, in the hopes that we can spread greatness or remind people of greatness that exists outside of us, outside of ourselves. This perspective that people are working towards doesn't seem to exalt the human being. It seems to be a veneer, seems to be a guise that the human being is just a body, and that science is what we need to progress, not the human being. And Mustafa Mond completely exemplifies that.
But it's interesting that you point that out right at the end, the idea of science, because even in this speech, Mustafa acknowledges that even real science cannot exist in this world, because he talks about even labor-saving technologies have to be suppressed to maintain a balance between labor and leisure. Otherwise, people feel unhappy. And the point of happiness is stability, and it's all a cycle. And he says, science also needs to be suppressed, because science questions things. It questions what is truth. It conflicts with happiness. But then they ask him, so what are people learning? Because we do learn about science in school. Oh, that. Like, it's not real science, it's not the scientific method. And then he uses the term pure science to talk about the scientific method, to link it to the scientific method, which is questioning, which is in pursuit of something beyond. So he makes this separation explicitly between science and scientism in the book. Even though Huxley doesn't use the term scientism, he does talk about pure science and the scientific method versus what happens in the world today, which is this dogmatic repetition of words as truth.
Why do you think that Mustafa Mond is exempt from this society? Why is he one of the few human beings that has access to the old things and doesn't need to undergo certain conditionings and whatnot, and can be exposed to all this stuff? But he demands that everyone else does.
Well, I think there's a point as well that he mentions that he himself had to make a choice because he almost got exiled. And he thinks that being exiled is actually can be quite exciting, because some of the best people are in exile. You know, so some of the best people are outside of the world state, and he knows that. But then he says that he thinks that he has a duty towards the happiness of others. So he does believe that he knows better. He does believe the stability is better than even his own fulfillment, which he would be more fulfilled in Iceland with all the other outsiders, with all the other real scientists and real artists and people that are questioning things outside of this world state, you know. And then he talks about the science that they do in the world state. He mentions it's science propaganda. It's not science, it's science propaganda, and he knows it. He's aware of it because he also is one of the people that dictates that this is science propaganda. That you had no scientific training, so you cannot judge. That's what people say. And it's interesting because I think in our world as well, and even Linda, all the science that she can give John back in the subject when he asked question is consumer good science. And in our world as well, most people know, let's say Ozempic. Most people know what Ozempic does for me in terms of a consumer good. People don't understand how it works, right? Most people would take something and just like everything is reduced to the commodified version of science. And it's just something that makes things clean. Science is a product that I wipe to put on my table to wipe dirt. You know, it's a magical thing, almost absurd and outside of me, and not something that I completely understand. For how scientific and technological our world is, our phones are still Pandora's box for us. We don't quite get how they work, you know. Like I think the absolute exemplification of that now today is AI, in which most people use. We've been very against it. We made a very strong position against it. Most people use, and I mean, eventually it's going to become inevitable. It's going to become super ubiquitous, but we don't know how it works. Sam Altman from OpenAI did an interview that he himself doesn't know how certain things are working. Like, you know, it's almost like a magic thing. And I think this connects also to the world of mysticism, in which, in a super twisted way, in the world of like this higher natural world that we don't really know what it means to us, but at least intrinsically is real, intrinsically means something. We might not understand completely the natural world, even our emotions, the archetypes, Jungian psychology, all of those things that are also magical in a way, but we still comprehend deeply, you know?
He says, John says, at the end of the conversation between them both, he says that he likes the inconveniences because they don't want the inconveniences anymore. Control says, we prefer to do things comfortably. And then John says, one of the most famous bits, he says, but I don't want comfort. I want God. I want poetry. I want real danger. I want freedom. I want goodness. I want sin. Mustafa Mon says, you're claiming the right to be unhappy. And then the Savage says defiantly, I'm claiming the right to be unhappy. And then he continues to quote Shakespeare to him. And at the end, he says, I claim them all. And then Mustafa Mon shrugs his shoulders and says, you're welcome. And so we reach the final chapter, and it is, as you've described personally, you've described it as a very elusive chapter. Mm-hmm. And it is quite an elusive chapter because we can see after the rebellion, they were arrested. They were taken to Mustafa Mon's office, and it's almost insinuated that he gave John a choice of where he wanted to be, whether he wanted to be part of civilization or not. He says, I claim them all. He says, you're welcome. There is a kind of, I mean, the imposition, the suggestion is that there is a kind of conditioning that maybe went on with the idea that John would choose that, almost as though it's predestined that he would choose that. He ends up leaving Bernard and Helmholtz. They stay in civilization. We don't know what becomes of them. There is a suggestion that they do have this difference, but we leave them knowing that the only options within the world are assimilate and continue to live in the civilization, because any moment that any kind of dissent occurs, you are exiled and excommunicated to Iceland, to which, I mean, as you mentioned previously, the controller says that that's where all the real people are. And the thing is, Bernard would have been there if he didn't assimilate to try and continue to gain power in the Brave New World. So what happens to Helmholtz and Bernard, it's left to our interpretation, but it seems as though that there are only two options, and the optimist would say that they would continue to rebel and maybe instigate a change, but I don't think that the novel ends on a very optimistic tone at all. We follow John. He's going to make his way back to the reservation, and it's organised that he's travelling there, and there is a moment in which, after leaving the city, he seems to gain a glimpse again once more of the beauty of nature. He seems to, like, almost instantaneously, once he leaves civilization, he's reminded, he sees this lighthouse where no one's around, and he sees the ocean, and he sees light glistening off of it, and just the serenity and the solitude of it. He feels at peace, and almost instantaneously he returns back to his mode of being, his mode of living, in which he wants to hunt, and he very quickly makes himself a bow. But then something happens, and it seems as though people know where John is. And we see that some reporters have come and found him. One of the things that they noticed was that John on his own, whether it was an act of penance, whether it was something to do with what he was feeling, he continues the ritual that we saw in previous chapters, in which he takes off his shirt and he makes a makeshift whip and begins to whip himself for it. It's mentioned before that this is some kind of offering that he's doing, but it's also, there is a sense of guilt. He's just emerged from this civilization which has done nothing but almost completely suck any kind of humanity from him, but he's managed to resist it. But now emerge these reporters that want to know all about him, want to know what it was like being the savage in civilization. Tell us all about the girls there and everything. And it's just, they're approaching him like they would any other item, like any other product. They don't see him as a human being. They still see him as a savage. That's what they call him. He ends up kicking them away. And then this is a big report that was made that he was kicked by a savage in the coccyx, and then this is what makes tabloid news. And before we know it, John is against on the area, and he is surrounded by photographers and reporters that want to find a story about him. They still just commodify him. They still just look at him as this thing that's there to give them pleasure. That's all he is. He's just this circus act. He's not a human being. He's just a savage. He just belongs in the caste system, completely separate from it. He is becoming filled with rage. And then something else happens. Another helicopter arrives, and someone steps out of it. And it's suggested that the person that steps out of it is Lenina. We don't know why she's there. We don't know what her purpose is. But John looks at her, and again, this absolute animalistic rage overtakes him. He begins to assault and beat her. We don't know to what degree. Because he almost goes, this mist overcomes him. And as this was happening, all of the reporters are saying that we want the whip. They want to see him whip himself. They want to see him act as some circus monkey for them. They want a story. They want to feel it. But then there's something about this primal rage that emerges from John upon Lenina that all of a sudden they are sent into this almost bloodlust themselves, and they say orgy porgy.
Yeah, a frenzy almost.
Oh.
And they go into this frenzy of the same ritual that we saw before. They start beating themselves in rhythm with this sexual fervor as they're watching this violence. John awakes after, and then he starts to recall what has happened. As readers, we don't exactly know what's happened. All that happens is John screams, "Oh my God, oh my God." insinuated he may have even killed Lenina. When more people come to try and find John, they come to the lighthouse where he is, and they open the door, and all we see are 2 feet that are dangling and rotating, and then the novel ends. And that's the final chapter.
Let's break it down a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting, a couple of parts, and I want to talk specifically about the symbolism of a lighthouse, and what it means in mysticism, in classical painting, in poetry, and I think how it ties out to the end. But let's start from the top. I find it interesting, there's a section which they ask him, did you eat something that didn't agree with you? And then John, the savage, I ate civilization. I ate my own wickedness. Now I'm purified. And this idea of the whip, basically like him going outside. And I don't think that is by mistake that Huxley uses the lighthouse. I mean, he's very punctual with the references that he makes. A lighthouse is a symbol of hope in mysticism, is a symbol of strength, of perseverance, of resilience. What is a lighthouse? It's a beacon of light that withstands waves, withstands the dangerous waters, it serves as a harbor.
It's a guiding light.
It's a guiding light, exactly, right? It's also a space of solitude, right? They are built to withstand all sorts of storm. Yeah, so they are indeed a symbol of perseverance, right? And I would say even in mysticism, also a symbol of self-awareness. Yeah, because it's also a guiding light, that in a way there's a rhetoric between the guiding light of God and your own guiding light within. But I think, I'm just saying this because I also know that Huxley after was so interested in mysticism. So I think is important to communicate that. And even in painting, that's how classical painting use the symbolism of a lighthouse. But then I think that what happens, I do think is Lenina is insinuated. Either she is Lenina, she is a Lenina clone type figure, or she reminds him of her to the point that he does say, oh, flash of my flash, or like basically kill the flash. As they screaming, we want the whip, he's saying, oh, the flesh, kill the flesh. So there's a sense of desire that transgresses even this solitude, this resilience, this persistence of trying to purify himself from the world state, but also from his own carnal sins, right?
There is also the possibility that because there is such uniformity in the world, that the woman that got out of the helicopter was not Lenina, but it's so difficult to distinguish between individuals that it may as well have been Lenina.
Yeah.
Because all Lenina was, she was so assimilated in the world that she was a clone of everyone else. She believed everything that she was supposed to. The woman that got off there may not have been Lenina, but she may have looked exactly like her. She may have acted exactly like her. I mean, she may have even had the same name. We know that there's only 10,000 names in the whole world. There is no individuation. So he believed that it was Lenina, at the very least.
Yeah, he believed. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that too. And there's a point that there's an allusion that John takes Soma, or that is stupefied by Soma. When he wakes up, he says, oh my God. Like, what have I done type of, oh my God. And I think the self-flagellation, the ritual is also alluding to rituals that exist in Christianity and in not just in Christianity, in so many faiths, like my biggest reference point is Christianity, but there's so many faiths that have this idea of self-flagellation. But I think in this, it symbolizes just this desperate attempt to hold on to his values, which are also the values of his primitive life, or his savage life. For us, they communicate more nuanced things than that, right? Because it's also the idea of suffering. And as I said in the beginning, like they replace Jesus and the figure of the archetypal suffering of Jesus on the cross for something that is sterile, right? And clean and not happy and not suffering. And then he is then returning to that flagellation, that suffering of the body that punishes that achieves virtuosity. And in the pursuit of becoming a saint, a lot of people will punish the physical body, which is also if the world state is pure materiality, this is also a refusal of also the pure materiality. I mean, is a punishment of materiality, right?
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, many saints will put themselves in positions of complete trance to feel, they won't sleep, so that they can feel above, almost in a cloud, which you could argue has a relation to soma.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't think that he's saying all that. These are things that are annotated, which I think are interesting to me.
But they're natural parallels that emerge with these things.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Go on, no.
No, I was just saying that.
Yeah.
I think that there are certain, it's what I was mentioning earlier with this animal side of us. There are certain universalities, there are certain things that human beings are drawn towards. And the idea of transcendence is something that seems to emerge in every pocket of every civilization that's ever emerged. And I'm saying civilization referring to tribes in the middle of South America, to theologians in Christianity, to technocrats in Silicon Valley. They all seem to have this drive towards transcendence, towards taking the human being beyond something.
I think John participates in the frenzy of the orgy-porgy at that moment. Okay. And this is my vision of it. And I think even in some point he violates this Lenina surrogate, or even Lenina, to the point that when he wakes up, soma-induced, he feels a sense of moral failure, almost like failing this lighthouse space he was in his subconscious, right? This archetypal lighthouse in which you are isolated in penitence with yourself, right? And I think that's what causes him to end his life. And I want to just pour a little, and there's this weird ironical applause that everyone enjoys, and it's just very weird. When then they come back, they see his dangling feet, which is also the way that the novel concludes, is this idea: slowly, very slowly, like two unhurried compass needles, the feet turns towards the right, north, northeast, east, southeast, south. I mean, he goes on about that. And there's something about the slow pendulum movement of the body, which is obviously like an illusion of the body dangling from him doing that to himself, but also I think he evokes the image of a compass that symbolizes the passage of time and the inevitability of the circumstances that happened to him, the inevitability of the fate of John that would of course happen to him. Not that he's predestined for this to happen to him like the other people would have, but is that the system is so perfect that someone outside could never prevail, right? And I think it's very symbolic, even with the idea of the circular motion of his feet. There's a bit of a mechanization of life.
Yeah.
You know, the clockwork of life, and there's inescapability of this, you know? Because even despite all his attempts to resist this dehumanizing influence of society, he ultimately succumbs, he participates on that. And it is his collapse. There is no such things as true individuality in a complete mechanized system. The system will absorb everything, even its descendant.